Hello, I am Chris Payne, Nebosh CEO. I'm delighted to welcome you all to Nebosh's first ever online conference. What a day we have in store for you. From Australia to Zambia, thousands of people from over 100 countries have registered and will be joining us live today or watching on demand at a later date. Today's agenda is packed with expert speakers from across the industry, covering everything from human factors, risk management, mental health, careers, and leadership. And I'd like to say a huge personal thank you to all our speakers for donating their time to support this event and share their expertise with you. You'll see there is a question function for each session, so please do ask questions and we'll try our best to respond to everyone. There is also a chat function, so you're able to network with other delegates throughout the day. On a personal note, the pandemic has seen many people suffer the loss of family and friends. It has perhaps raised the profile and the appreciation of the valuable work you, the health and safety profession, and people within it undertake. There are many challenges, but certainly one is to sustain this positive reputation the profession has earned in recent times, and above all, to be recognized as a real genuine business imperative rather than a nice to have. For me, one of the biggest challenges is to recognize mental health and the well-being of the workforce. It needs to still remain an employer's responsibility. As strong as the 1974 Health and Safety Work Act remains today, we, the industry, struggle with the human capital and the people factor. But it remains integral to productivity and their duty of care. The profession will be the enabler and a guardian of the workforce. Today, I hope you will be inspired to play your part in this new world. We look to our charitable purpose, and I quote, preservations of health and well-being by the promotion of high standards of health, safety, and environmental protection at work. Nebosh needed to modernize, using technology to complement our talented team. We will grow not by luck, but hard work and determination to serve and deliver our purpose to you, to our partners, and the workplace worldwide. This will, as previously mentioned, involve a collaborative approach with stakeholders, industry bodies, and enabling and supporting our learning partners so we grow together, creating a fantastic learner journey, a health and safety career pathway from entry to board level. Thank you to our sponsors for supporting this conference and helping Nebosh to provide a day of learning opportunities to the health and safety professionals around the world. These are Astutus, Greenworld Group, NIST, QHSE International, RRC International, which are all gold Nebosh learning partners delivering outstanding learning. You can click on their logos below this screen to find out more about their courses they offer. You can also use their chat feature to talk to their representatives and sign up to your Nebosh studies today. For everyone who joins us live, you'll receive a certificate of attendance for your CPD records. Don't worry if you miss anything. All the sessions will be available to view on demand for up to 1 year. Simply log on at any time. Thank you, and enjoy this great day of learning.
Okay, we're into our session now on risk management prepared for anything. And I'm joined by three esteemed colleagues. Before I ask them to introduce themselves, I think it'd be a lot better if they introduce themselves rather than me. I just wanted to remind everybody who's listening in to please keep those questions coming. Any queries you've got for our colleagues here, if you put them in the chat box, I will get around to asking them if I've got time. I would also say that we've had some fantastic questions through our social media channels. So those of you who took the time to respond to our requests for those, really appreciate it, but please keep them coming. So in terms of intros, my name's Matt Powell-Howard. I'll be chairing today's session. I'm Head of Learning and Partnerships at Nebosh. And I'll open it up to my colleagues in the room, virtual room. Callum, would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Thanks, Matt. Good morning. Callum Irvin. I'm the Global Vice President of Safety and Security for IHG Hotels and Resorts. Recently joined IHG, and for the period prior, I was Deloitte's Health, Safety and Environment Consultancy Practice Leader.
Brilliant. Thanks, Callum. Niraj.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Niraj Shah. I'm the Group Environment, Health and Safety Director for Johnson Matthey. I've got over 20 years EHS experience, mainly high-risk activities in food and beverage, utilities, construction, mining, and manufacturing.
Brilliant. Thanks, Niraj. And Richard?
Yeah, hello, everyone. My name is Richard Byrne. I am the Group HSE and Fleet Director for Travis Perkins PLC. Got lots of experience in lots of different industries.
Brilliant. Thanks, Richard. So, colleagues, what we're looking at here is there's quite a lot of experience in this virtual room. Richard, some time ago, you actually wrote a book about being the best health and safety practitioner. I've got my old dog-eared copy of it here, and I've given it to a few other sort of aspiring practitioners over the years as well. In there, yeah, technical knowledge is a given, all the rest of it, but we're looking at wider business risk skills. We're looking at how to negotiate, how to budget, how to really operate like a senior leader. And actually, I imagine that's what you chaps have been having to do actually during the last 18 years. Yes, we're going to touch on the pandemic over the next 45 minutes and about how you responded to that, but also look at wider business risk issues that may present themselves in the workplace too. If you see me looking down on my screen, it's here because I'm working through the questions which are coming through, so please bear with me. I am listening, I promise. So the first question that we got through, and it was around preparedness for the pandemic. Actually, we really are looking at lessons learned here. Someone trying to get me on Teams. Sorry about that, everybody. Was a global pandemic on your risk register, and had it been given any serious thought? Who's going to answer that one? I would say at Nebosh, we actually did have a global pandemic on our risk registers. However, we hadn't experienced and thought about something as horrible and as massive as what we'd experienced. We did pick it up following the swine flu issue, but as I say, did it make us mean that we were absolutely super rock solid when this hit us? No, absolutely not. Callum, I think you were going to mention something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, haven't you? That even if it was on your risk register, it would have been a pretty bold individual 2 years ago to suggest throwing a load of resource at preparedness when you're dealing with, acute, very real safety or other risks day in, day out. You've got finite resources. Let's take them away from there and let's throw it at a massive preparedness exercise just in case the whole world implodes. Folks would have thought that you'd somewhat lost the plot. So, to some extent, I wonder whether the question's really all that relevant in terms of if it was on the register, good for you. I'm not sure it really helped many people prepare as thoroughly as we've all had to react to.
I think you're right. Sorry, Matt. I was going to say, I think you're right, Callum. It was on we started to draw it out as a risk simply because we have operations over in Shanghai. So just as it was kicking off, we were picking up on that, but not more broadly than that. In fact, I think there was some research by Aon that found about 80% of organizations didn't even have it on their risk registers. So, those of us that didn't have it, I think we're in good company.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing to add, probably similar to the others just talking about it, is we did also have it in our register, but I think it's fair to say that no one anticipated the increased scale, severity, or the duration of the pandemic. So even if you did have it in the register, it would have been for a very short sort of period or sort of a single type event, whereas the disruption this has caused on a global scale, I just don't think was anticipated. But one thing I think I just wanted to add to this was the reaction, even though this wasn't on the register, that was really positive for us, and how that brought our teams together, and how we reacted to that. And that is where the learnings really came through for us in terms of how we work well.
I think that brings us really onto a nice question that was asked, and I think Richard, I think it was yourself when we were talking ahead of this webinar, that even if you'd been super resilient and you'd had everything in your risk, you probably would have got a couple of days head start. That was about it. And it goes back to what you just saying there, Raj, but things were changing so rapidly. So somebody asked about when the magnitude potential of the pandemic happened, did the business you operate in, your businesses, did you feel prepared? Did you feel resilient? Did you feel that you had a system almost to go, right, everybody, pens down, let's come together and hatch a plan? How did you manage that? Anyone? Did you just go, what's it? and then you kind of,
I think, just if I say, the key challenge for us, I think, in Johnson Matthey was really how do we respond to a changing status of a global pandemic in a consistent way, particularly for us being a global company. When we roll out standards, we try and do it in a consistent way. So this was the bit that, whilst we didn't have the information on the local sites or regions, how do you ensure you provide global standards or advice, but yet still giving local ownership to the sites to implement and be flexible on what they're doing? And that's what we tried to do. So we provided, I would say, high-level guidance around sort of some of the controls, but really empowered the local teams and gave them ownership to be flexible according to their local conditions and their regulatory local needs, which obviously they had to meet.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and that sounds familiar, Neeraj, from during the past 18 months or so, whilst I was with Deloitte in a client serving role. A lot of the organisations I interacted with, followed a really similar model to the one you've described there. And to some extent, it was like the world's biggest trust exercise, wasn't it? That on one hand, it's business survivalship, and on the other hand, it's not possible to control it from the centre. So you've got to trust your geographies to get on and do the right things to help keep the business ticking.
Yeah.
I think from our perspective, the well-trodden knowledge and structure around disaster recovery and business continuity helped us. So very quickly, with our sort of structures of command, gold, command, platinum, and all that good stuff, was really helpful. But there was certainly a period we closed one day after lockdown was announced, and then we started to open back up some of our network, because of course we still had to provide materials to people that were building hospitals, Nightingale hospitals, finishing those off, essential infrastructure and all that. They still needed construction products. It was still happening. So there was a period between lockdown being announced and when the COVID secure arrangements came out, when actually we had to work out what our safe ways of working were, which were pretty tough given, the backdrop of everything. And I think actually, we moved very much probably from a sort of risk-based approach in terms of our colleagues' thinking back to almost very, very directional. So do this today, do it in this way. It's down to our local managers to implement it. But almost that thinking, we did have to be quite clear, because let's remember there was a lot of anxiety for those of us that had to go to work during that period. It was pretty tough for everybody.
Yeah. Well, using a word that Callum just mentioned, which maybe doesn't sit comfortably with many health and safety practitioners, trust. We have to trust that we've got competent people. We're surrounded by competent people. And you mentioned as well, Richard, a lot of your suppliers come internationally. It'd be similar for Neeraj, I'm sure. And obviously, Callum, you have this sort of global remit now, I think, with IHG. Is that right? So how actively had you considered the resilience of your supply chains as part of your risk register? I'm sure you wouldn't do anything as specific as pandemic, but had you considered their resilience?
Clearly, there was the potential impact of Brexit, so that's been coming for quite some time. And we do import a lot of product, so that's certainly been tested and thought through our supply chain.
Yeah, I think for us, whilst I think supply chains were on the risk register in terms of checking, I think what wasn't very clear was the end-to-end visibility of the global supply chain and how those got impacted, particularly around PPE supplies, for example. So that was really something that we hadn't looked at specifically.
Yeah, no, good call. Well, I think, and many people were in a similar position with that, weren't they? It was just so unprecedented. Thinking about then, this question has just come in around as the pandemic started, as business leaders, how did you start to build your own knowledge base about how to respond and about the most appropriate response? Because it really was changing day to day. Did you find that you had to rely on any new sort of skills as health and safety leaders during that very turbulent time?
Well, from my perspective, I had to draw back on stuff I did at university 20 odd years ago. Occupational health and hygiene risk management serves you pretty well. It is a virus, it spreads. So, we know about routes of transmission and how you control them. So there was the technical element of it. I don't know about the others on the call, but, I certainly have a couple of really good sense checkers that I'll go and bounce ideas off, whether they be in my team, elsewhere in the organization, or in my broader network. So keeping in touch and collaborating with other people who, I have to say, don't always have the same view as me, because that can be quite dangerous if everyone thinks the same. You got to have some tension somewhere and some professional sparring. But yeah, absolutely. There's a whole load of technical stuff, and once you figured, for us at least, once we'd figured out the technical aspect, if you like, it was, so how do we now go and sell that to our colleagues in such a way that they have trust? Because we didn't know any more than anybody else. We just had a little bit of knowledge that we had to grow. Yeah.
Nebosh?
Yeah, I think for us there were two things that really helped us to get going really quickly. One was that we were fortunate; we had operations in China, so they started doing all the work beginning of January when COVID hit China last year. So we had really good learnings from how the China team managed that, which then when it hit sort of our other regions, we were well prepared. But the other one that was really helpful for us, and it's sort of building a point that Richard made, is we're part of a members association, the CIA, the Chemical Industries Association, where fellow peers like myself would be members on there, and just hearing how they were dealing with it, it was a really good sounding board, to say we're doing it this way, and that just even if you're doing things differently or you're doing similar, it just gave you that sense of, okay, this is not too bad, we're along the same line. So that gave you the confidence of doing it.
Yeah, brilliant.
And I mean, Richard's sentiment, I like that, around we don't necessarily know any more than anyone else. In a way, it was quite liberating, wasn't it? The business would come with a challenge, and for the first time in a long time, it was okay to hold hands up and say, I don't know the answer right now, but that's okay, because neither does anyone else. But you've come to us, the safety function, whoever it might be, because you recognise that we've got the right smarts to go and figure out what a good risk management plan might look like.
What I found really sort of encouraging from our community, if you like, the health and safety community, was that there was so much sharing of information. There's probably too much sharing of information at times, wasn't there? One thing we were never short of was ankle deep. We were ankle deep in COVID webinars and all the rest of it. So, but I felt that the professional bodies like the BOHS, CIEH, they really stepped up and they said, hey, look, here's some resources for you. This is what our members are saying. And it was just massively reassuring, actually. And I think you've answered this, somebody asked about how important were the business functions in finding suitable solutions to enable your businesses continue to operate and colleagues supported and informed. And I think you've just sharing of information, people being open from what you've just said. Would you agree with that then? Just, hey, we're here and we're listening.
Yeah, absolutely, straight on. I think everyone kind of knew the role that they played. So from our end, safety function, we knew what we were doing. Our facilities management team straight on to arrange, get contractors for cleaning, PPE, like what, HR, because clearly there's a big people element. I was on one of these a couple of weeks ago, and someone asked, how much did you spend on PPE during the pandemic, to another panelist, and I thought their response was brilliant, and it mirrored my experience. They went, I have absolutely no idea, because it just happened. Finance just took care of it. Clearly, we paid quite a lot for it. We'd have spent a bit, but that was never the conversation. So it really did feel like everyone came together in a really powerful way.
There seems to be lots of maturity, actually, from, I'm an observer looking in at lots of businesses where people were just allowed to make decisions and make things happen that were sensible, proportionate, all those lovely things we look for within risk management. Actually, I don't think I've come across anybody whose people felt unsafe in any sort of, I'm sure that wasn't always the case at the NHS, but within sort of wider business, people generally felt that they were being given information. Was that what you felt from the community as well? I mean, Callum, you're obviously working for Deloitte. You were probably dealing with lots and lots of different organisations in your consultancy role, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, and it kind of links to the last point, there, doesn't it? In terms of, perhaps people felt a bit safer because everyone was part of the collaborative effort to go and get stuff fixed and reopened as best possible. So it wasn't that COVID planning was happening in a darkened room and then the big plan was revealed to all at once. To some extent, all functions were engaged in an organisation's activities to go and recover. And I mean, it's interesting that you look backwards now, and even a walk down to the local supermarket is a showcase of innovative thinking. And within a few weeks of the pandemic opening up, and there's various interesting control measures that have been implemented that aren't necessarily owned by the safety team per se, but will have been designed by facilities, engineering, operations, finance involvement, etc., to make them all happen.
Yeah, and it goes back to that sort of the risk management approach that in countries made, and how quickly behavioral safety, I suppose you'd look at it, wouldn't you? Go, how quickly we were able to get people to change their behaviors. I mean, that's going to be a case study for forevermore, isn't it? Something I think that Nebosh, you just said around working with other business units, and you were liaising with your colleagues in China. I'm just going to paraphrase a question here that we were just asked, but that's been just asked. But how important was working with other business functions? I mean, that's obviously directly related to COVID. But the question I really want to pose is because you did use that approach and you did work closely with other colleagues, is this risk management solution something that you want to continue to foster in the future, or do you think we're going to sort of lapse back into our old ways of silo working?
Yeah, I would hope not, because I think one of the things that the pandemic will have shown, I guess, is the value add that the EHS function has actually delivered to the businesses, whether that's working closely, more collaboration. But for me, it wasn't really about stopping work, but how you make it happen safely. So I think that the case for sort of the EHS function has been made through this. So you'd hope that the relationships, the value add will last, so that you continue to build those relationships, beyond the pandemic, really, is what I would say. And I think the one thing I was going to add was also in terms of how do you keep it in forefront of whilst communicating to staff. We focused a lot on simple communication. So things like simple checklists if you're working from home. How do you manage a team remotely? We had home ergonomic stuff, but taking care of your mental health. So those sort of things that we continuously were putting people at the front of what we're trying to do, which again, everyone had a common goal. So that really helped working across the different functions.
Yeah, no, if either Callum or Richard want to jump in there, either with a view on that sort of collaborative working and how you're going to, if it's now business normal or maybe it was already, forgive me.
Well, I think it's down to each of us and everyone on this call and to capitalize on it, because even in the most collaborative of organizations, I'm pretty sure there are a couple of barriers here and there. So I think it's incumbent on us to just keep going, really. I think there are a few, dare I say it, there's probably a few positives to come out of COVID that we have to try and, I'm an optimist, right? So I have to try and find some good somewhere. So I think collaborative working might be a good outcome. The fact that people really now understand risk assessment principles better than ever, I think, is another positive.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, totally agree, Richard. Yeah, I mean that risk fluency point, right? Everyone understands that COVID isn't black and white, and our response to the pandemic isn't. And there are so many choices to be made in terms of how you manage risk. And as you say, it's how do we transition that risk fluency back into business as usual safety and risk management?
Yeah. Do you know, I was at NEC conference last week, and people still seem to be having trouble onboarding people, remote working, agile working. It still seems to be an issue out there. And Neera, as you mentioned, that, and I'm sure we can all remember how quickly everyone had to leave the office, and those who were able to leave the office and work from home and just sort of go into our own little offices and working away. And I see a number of us. Either Callum's got an incredibly cool office where he's got guitars on the walls, or he's working from home as well. So there still seems to be some real blocks into how we can keep people involved and recognized and engaged, and I find that really incredible after the time we've been on. But the key really does seem to be talk to people, be deliberate, take that approach, engage them. It puzzles me why we're still in that position, but some businesses certainly will be doing better than others. So that leads me to this question around how important was visibility for the health and safety function during the pandemic in terms of business risk management. How important did you feel that you needed to be front center, talking to your organizations? Open to the room.
I'll go first if you want, Matt, if the guys will let me. So I'd like to talk about my team rather than me. So we sent all of our safety advisors out after a couple of months into it. This was and they visited during the summer just under 1,800 of our trading locations across the UK, and they did a very, very quick COVID assurance sort of review. So we've got our social distancing principles that we followed, and then they sort of went and said, it does what we're doing here match with this? And yeah, okay, we got a few actions out of it just to tighten up. But the overwhelming feedback from our branch network and our colleagues was so glad you're here because you've just put our minds at rest. And now, look, assurance isn't done necessarily for that. Assurance is done for the board and for others. But actually, that provided that was really motivational, and it gave 25,000 colleagues the security almost of what they were doing. That they were doing as much as they could, which I think is really quite powerful.
Yeah, amazing. Niraj, I think were you going to jump in there? Are you happy?
No, I think I totally agree. I think the reassurance side, whether you physically presence on site or we did quite a lot of remote auditing of the COVID. It was interesting because we learned a lot of things we could do better through for health and safety auditing through the pandemic. So we sort of learned we didn't necessarily have to be there all the time, and some of the procedures review we could do remotely, which was quite interesting. But the presence side, particularly when some of the leaders were working from home, and whenever they visited the sites, their presence, I think, was quite reassuring. And we made a conscious effort for our leaders to actually talk about a risk for us, which was higher than COVID, which was the process safety risk. So whilst COVID was taking over things from a risk side, we had a real key significant risk that had been forgotten. So we sort of really took the opportunity by the business leaders to be present on site, but to talk about not just the COVID, but process safety risk. So for that was really important for us.
Yeah, no, that's key, isn't it? About proportionality. You go, yeah, we've got this horrible thing over here, but actually we've still got a potential bomb just over there that we really need to keep, running as we would normally. So in terms of so I'm looking down again at my list of questions that are coming through. So in terms of taking Richard's point about being optimistic, and we've had, job losses, we've had, people unfortunately early deaths. We absolutely accept that without making light of that at all. Are we going to be able to capitalize? Our organization is going to be able to capitalize. Are you looking to capitalize on your increased sort of standing within your organizations? Both, and I'll open this up to say not only the health and safety function about being able to get future buy-in much more readily because of the visibility you've had, but equally the standing of your departments within your organizations. 2 questions there. That's terrible interviewing, isn't it? When you ask 2 questions at once. So we'll take the one first. Are you going to be able to capitalize, do you think, on this increased presence you have within your organizations in terms of the health and safety function?
Look, for me, it's just an extension. It's part of the journey that we were on. So I'm really lucky in that TP get safety. I genuinely believe it. So we've been on quite a journey. We had quite a lot of momentum. COVID whooshed that momentum, and now I've really got a real strong wave behind us. But I don't think I'm in any particular different situation to others, and how I capitalize on it it's down to me and the business to capitalize on it, isn't it? We've just got to we've got our plan, we know what we're doing, we've just got to keep doing it. Yeah.
And Callum, it's probably a really crass question. I mean, your industry, let's face it, took a beating over the last 18 months, didn't it? You're coming from hotels, hospitality, that it must have been an incredibly tough time within that sector.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it, and but again, thinking about the optimistic angle of that, it's been great to hear some of the stories about how the hospitality industry's been there, where it's been really important. So quarantine bases or providing overnight stays for medical staff that needed to be transported around the country, etc. So yeah, absolutely a bit of an industry hit, but some really good news stories out the back of that. I think building off the back of Richard's point, is this really about the safety team, or is this about the business capitalizing on increased ability to manage risk well? I think that latter point really speaks to me, and actually I think it's a great moment for a lot of businesses to use this as an opportunity to think carefully about what is the role of the safety function versus what does the rest of the business do in contributing to running a safe operation overall. So, we've just gone through this period where, operators and employees up and down the business have never been more hands-on with safety related stuff. How do we keep their hands on that stuff and help us reframe what the safety team are here to do, which is surely around giving a bit of structure and building capability across the business rather than doing safety.
Yeah, great answer. Brilliant. That leads us really nicely onto a question that's just been asked around about, well, it's really about the sustainability of our own profession, really, and about where our profession's going. So there's a question here around job titles like head of safety and risk are now much more commonplace. Why do you think this is? It's a shame when the health disappears off that. That's a personal axe I have to grind. But yeah, Niraj.
I think that is historically, I think EHS has been seen as a compliance type of a function, isn't it? So, but hopefully you can see now the value of effective EHS, particularly risk management, that piece that they bring in, especially seen during the pandemic, can help. But I also think that work risk should be looked at more holistic, and one of the ways you can see how that's going to impact the business. And basically the tools health and safety often have for assessing risks and how they evaluate, manage the risk can be used for broader business risk. And therefore you can see why they're looking at combining, I would say, sort of health and safety with risk, because I think it makes absolute sense and why you would do that,
Yeah. Brilliant. Richard, Callum, anything you want to add to that at all? No, you're not looking forward to, we're all going to be reporting into risk directors. You're not concerned about that, or you think,
Look, I think when you combine, safety, health, environment into other topics or domains, I mean, so security in my bucket at the minute, I think that's a good thing, right? Because it means that you can you can be more thoroughly plugged into the organization and make sure that things run smoothly for the people that matter most. And for, you know, for me, it's the guy or girl with the name badge at reception. You know, how do we make sure that that person can successfully execute their role safely and well? And theoretically, the more different domains you bolt together, the higher the profile gets of that organization that includes safety, and that's no bad thing. I think the bit that does make me a little queasy is, you know, I think we all need to acknowledge everyone defines risk differently. And, you know, if you're working in banking and talk about risk and safety going together, you'd be laughed out of the room, because risk means a very different thing to those guys than it does to the four of us, for example. And so, you know, I think, short story, you know, great to bolt stuff together, but it's kind of proceed with caution to make sure that, you know, we are doing what it says on the tin still.
Yeah, I think the build for me on what Callum's just said there is it's organizational structure, you know, and this is me after a few years of development, right? And I've learned not to be precious, but ultimately
it's going to be precious. It's going to be precious.
I'm not. Ultimately, this is about what's right for the person on the front line, because, you know, that's where it happens. So, you know, if there's a safety function I report somewhere, or something reports into me, that's what it is. If it isn't, and I think actually I can add some value to this process, then you kind of get stuck in and try to help influence it, don't you? Because ultimately the aim is how do you get it right for the person on the front end who's going to have to face whatever the issues. And the front end could be someone in a yard, it could be someone in finance.
And that's so important, isn't it? When we talk about risk, remember we're talking about people, aren't we? You know, and it's just, you know, I think that's so important. A really good call. So there's a question here actually around, I'm not really quite sure where this is coming from, but do you feel that risk appetites are shifting in the wider population? Does this cause any anxiety in the workplace, i.e. conflicting approaches? And certainly we will have seen, you know, well, in the current light with vaxxers and anti-vaxxers, and, you know, I'm sure that's replicated in some small way within the workplace. So do you feel that risk appetite is a shift in the wider population? Does this cause any anxiety in terms of how you would manage it? Difficult question, I appreciate.
I mean, my one to kick us off, right? And I think it's, if we think about the UK, right, 18 months ago, when we went to the supermarket, we were parking one space apart from each other. We were rushing around without trying to breathe on anyone. And then when we finished doing our shopping, we were trying to get into the car with our elbows so that we didn't accidentally touch the door handle, so we could get to some sanitizer. And now if you roll forward to today, you know, theoretically, the same threat is still there, but we're all acting totally different, right? So we've kind of recalibrated what we all understand the risk level to be, or how much risk tolerance we've got as individuals. And I think that's good on one hand, in that it, you know, goes back to the point we were talking about in terms of risk fluency and people understanding that this is around making decisions. You know, I guess for our profession, that could tip into being a little bit perilous if we're not careful, where, you know, does that same person pull that mentality into the workplace and say, well, I see we've got all these risk and safety related rules, but I've learned from the outside world that actually there should be a bit of fluidity and choice around these things. Therefore, am I more likely to make a choice to comply or not comply with the thing that the company is telling me to do? Maybe that's a bit of a pessimistic view, but I think it'd be one that's just worth having lodged at the back of our minds.
Yeah, no, I think that was a great response. Why does it have to be so complicated, eh? Well, isn't it annoying? Niraj, were you going to jump in there with a comment?
No, I think I totally agree. I think we found that different rules outside in the community really impacted how we had people, particularly in our workplace. So how do you then communicate effectively to ensure people are following rules? And I think we keep on coming back to the same. If you genuinely set out the communications in the way that, look, we care for the individual, we want you to be safe, your safety and well-being is paramount, and you sort of get that across to the individual and you sort of put things in place, then you'd hope that that's how they're going to follow the rules. But it does make it tricky where, you know, if the society outside are doing totally different things, then, you know, why do you have extra controls in workplace? But I think the key is to keep communicating the the reason why you're doing the controls and keeping it simple.
Yeah, it's the why, isn't it? You know, that's we know that's so linked to motivation, don't we? So I'm mindful of time. So let's look at the challenges going forward then, if we may. We're going to have to unpick some of the protocols that we implemented to protect the workforce and members of the public. Do you foresee any issues with this? Again, I suppose it's about proportionality.
I guess actually, Matt, you know, answered it in the previous question. It's all about the why, isn't it? So, you know, we can do all the boffin stuff in the background, listening to advice from the government and identifying out of our assessments which are the things that we can ease when. That's all great, and we might have comfort, and we might be able to convince our leadership teams to do it. But it's the person on the front line that needs to understand the why and have trust again in what we're doing. So I think the challenge is the same challenge it's always been. How do you really engage with your frontline colleagues so that they get it, and so they can start, so that they understand what and why you're doing it, and also that you can move them forward to have that risk-based thinking. It's that switch back to where we were almost.
Yeah, brilliant. Callum, Nebosh, anything you wish to add there? No.
I mean, I think. Sorry, Matt, I was just going to build on that one. I think for me, you know, I know the questions in the context of the pandemic and unpicking some of the stuff that's been introduced, but to some extent, that's kind of the principal challenge in safety. Full stop for me, right? It's always easier to add more stuff in than it is to justify taking it away. I had a client who had this wonderful analogy of the Jenga tower, right? So, you know, in the mining sector, every time something went wrong, they added another block or another control onto their Jenga tower. They built this huge monster, had an appetite to try and make life easier, but didn't dare pull any Jenga blocks back out because you never know which one's holding the whole thing up. And, you know, for me, that feels like the principal challenge for our profession, is to say, you know, how can we properly analyze and understand, you know, I'm stretching this analogy pretty thin now, right? But which of these Jenga blocks are truly structural, and which ones are just white noise that we could pull out of the system and make life simpler?
What have we got? How can we avoid corporate amnesia in terms of the importance of planning for unlikely but foreseeable events? You know, I think there's probably thinking here around high reliability organizations, that state of chronic unease that we need to be encouraging.
I think well, one of the things that you'd have to do partly is, I think, for a pandemic, you'd have to plan differently from I'd say from a business disruption point of view, because it's slightly different from a natural or human-made disaster. This is sort of, you know, quite long-term, quite global by nature. So I think in order that you don't get corporate amnesia, you'd really want to ensure that your planning side of things are robust and quite comprehensive, I would say, and cover things that you may not have covered, like employee communications, working from home, those sort of things, global supply chains, and just making sure that you put those in and make people aware of the consequences of not doing these things.
Yeah, thanks, Niraj. I should just say, it looks like Richard might be having a few problems with his mic. Oh yeah, we've lost Richard for the time being. We'll see. We'll see if he maybe can mime it, or some of his responses. Interpretive dance. Are we any good at interpretive dance, Richard? So, question for as senior practitioners, and we'll see if we can get Richard back in a moment. But what really helped your success and confidence in leading a response to the pandemic? And actually, you can extend that out to say what's really helped your success and confidence in being, you know, the health and safety and risk leaders you are now. Callum, do you want to take this one first? I know it's quite a big chunky question, really.
I mean, I think it's embracing to some extent that feeling of always being just half an inch out of your depth, isn't it? You know, right. that feels like one of the key things, you know, from having been a humble young chap looking up the mountain and seeing these various Nebosh stopping points on the way up and IOS chartership and all the rest of it, and it feeling quite intimidated. You know, from there to here, you know, there are moments everywhere where you're going to feel just that little bit out of depth, but it's around building on what you've just done, and trying to back yourself to give something a go with a bit of a safety net around you, right? So you know, how can you take on new opportunity while still being responsible and making sure that you've got a smart set of eyes looking over your shoulder in case you need that extra bit of support. But if you don't back yourself to take that opportunity, then you know, guess what? The escalator stops. So it's having that confidence, I think, just to be happy to keep inching your way forward and pushing yourself into new ground all the time.
Yeah, great response. Niraj?
Yeah,
you always seem very self-assured when we do these calls. You know, is it something that's been learned or something that comes naturally? Practice.
Makes perfect. I think for me, I guess if you had to say what has helped the success, I think it's having a perspective on risk. And I think whilst, and I mentioned this before, whilst COVID was a risk for us, I think making sure that the business understand that we had more of a significant other risk and letting them not forget that was really important, because then you're actually making them specific to our business, you know. So whilst a lot more stuff was going on COVID, you actually brought to highlight to the business, but by the way, your process safety risk is heightened today because suddenly people are focused on what they're doing. So the likelihood of error can go up and you can have a process safety. And just putting that risk perspective, I think really helped, because then you could see the operations get the confidence that you're not just reacting to what's been thrown out from a pandemic point of view, but you're actually truly looking at risk. So that, I think, really helped to get the confidence that we're working on the right things.
Yeah, so important to keep your eye on what your risk profile is, and that hasn't gone away, I suppose. You can be the best technical person, but if you don't know how to, and not if I'm getting this right, Richard, if you don't know how to engage, communicate, speak, share, if you don't like people, this isn't the job for you, is it really? You know, you might not like people at the end of your career, but hopefully, you know, you just love that engagement, and it's the point which, Richard, I think you've come back to a few times here, is around think of the people behind it, think of that person who is going to be in the way of harm, and have those at the forefront of your mind. But yeah, Niraj, you're absolutely right. You've also got to keep your eye on the ball when it comes to those risk profiles and those very real risks that still exist in our organizations. I think we're getting very close to time, so I'm just going to have a quick run down this list to see if there's anything here that somebody sent through that we can pick up. I mean, here's a nice one. I think we've touched on this a little bit, but you know, what's your now we've got this platform as health and safety practitioners and health and safety functions. How are you going to leverage that? How are you going to just carry on doing the same? Richard said he's giving in. He's going to do hand signals only. What's your plans really for the next steps? What's your next steps of both your ambitions really? Do you have one? Business as usual? Still trying to keep your head above water? It's a very broad question. I appreciate. Callum's mulling it over. I mean, Callum, in your own position, you're probably still trying to get your head around being in a new role, I guess.
I think
absolutely.
Go on, Callum.
No, please, Niraj, you go ahead.
Okay. I think one of the things I'd say as a result of the pandemic and sort of a learning point is really to ensure the importance of network, and whether that's internal or external. And I guess for someone junior just starting up, you know, I've really encouraged to start building your network, whether that's through volunteering or just participating in IOSH or your local industry association and things like that, because you just never know when you might need them, where you might need to bounce off ideas. So that's something, the networking part is key. And then I think in health and safety, we can make things quite complex sometimes. So again, think around simplicity and fast adaptation is what I would say. So those, you know, a couple of those things, particularly, and the speed we had to react to. If that pressure wasn't on us, we probably wouldn't have done. So why can't we do that on an ongoing basis? So what are the things that worked for us that enabled us to adapt and put things in place very quickly? You know, so how can we take that forward?
I think that
people safe.
I think that's a brilliant place to end there. Richard had a stellar response to that question as well. Maybe for the next webinar, hey, these things happen. And I really want to thank you, gents, for joining us today. It's really great to get your insight, and I know how busy you are. So thank you ever so much for joining us.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this session on what we have learned about mental health and stress during the pandemic. To address this incredibly important question, I'm delighted to welcome Alexis Powell-Howard and Maria Anderson, who are going to share with us their wealth of knowledge and experience. So really looking forward to that. Alexis is Managing Director of Fortis Therapy and Training, a multi-award winning therapeutic and emotional wellbeing service. And she's passionate about therapeutic approaches and how effective they can be to help individuals and organisations and schools, and has a vision to deliver high quality, effective and accessible therapeutic services across the UK. Maria is Group Head of Health, Safety and Wellbeing with Cambridge University Press and Assessment, a chemical engineer, and has worked for many years in various industries, including manufacturing, the chemical industry and construction. She's committed to maintaining a just and safe environment for all, where not only physical health and safety is important, but also where mental health and well-being is a priority. So we're really delighted to welcome you both here to discuss this incredibly important topic. For those that are joining us, please remember your Q&A button and do post questions or points that you wish to share. If we don't get to you during the session, we'll endeavour to get back to you afterwards. Also, we're coming to you from our homes, as you can see, so do bear with us if there's any homely interruptions. From my point of view, that would be dogs barking, so do bear with us, and apologies in advance for that. But let's get straight to it. So Alexis, Maria, a hugely challenging topic, mental health and stress, an issue before the pandemic and obviously greatly impacted by it. So thinking back to the start of it all, the beginning last year, when life changed across the world, workspaces changed, what impact has that had from a mental health and wellbeing perspective?
If I may start,
of course.
Looking back in December 2019 and the beginning of 2020, I think it was the speed in how the pandemic developed that really started to taking us in a way by surprise. In our organization, we have businesses globally, so we have teams that work in China and others. So for us, it was how quickly we had to react to it, and how quickly we have to support people. So I think the lessons learned is about being prepared and being ready for anything, because life can definitely make a turn. So if I start this, is the beginning, it was kind of like a tsunami coming our way.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think the speed of it was massively impactful, and we know the process of change that people go through in order to kind of accept what's happening, but you didn't really have time to accept change before it was already changing again. And I think the lack of certainty from a mental health perspective was really difficult. So people who may already have been struggling suddenly were in a position where there wasn't any certainty at all, and then no one really knew what to do, and that's really scary, isn't it, from a societal perspective, that there wasn't any kind of criteria to follow. There was nothing that actually anybody could actually say for certain. And I think what we saw over the past year was every time there was a new piece of advice or legislation, that we would then see another wave of people struggling. And I think that was just a constant, like the tsunami reference really fits, because it was just one after the other really. And we were just waiting all the time just to see, okay, so how are people going to interpret this change on top of the last change? So it's definitely had that kind of wave after wave impact, I think.
And have you seen across the months from that initial, like you said, that's a really good comparison to tsunami, have any best practices come out I know people talk about, obviously, this dreadful, challenging situation, but then, some positives have come out. Is there anything you can share with us, some best practice, some good approaches come out of it?
Do you want to? I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Alexis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we've gained quite a lot in terms of practice. Things around our ways of working have changed. Having to be more innovative and creative as managers and leaders as well, to manage people from a distance, and being able to really kind of, I guess, promote being a team whilst being very fragmented. And so the practices that we see around, trying to get that cohesion together as a team and bring them together in terms of what we're trying to achieve moving forward and get everyone on the same message, the same kind of approach has been really important. And I think good leaders have been able to do that effectively, not without its challenges for all of us, but that actually having to be creative and be more in touch with how people are doing and be more deliberate about that. Whereas previously we probably would have just expected to have informal communication and, bump into people and see how they're doing. Whereas we have to be very deliberate now and think about that. So I think that's one of the key things for leaders that's come out.
Yeah, and if if I have added to this is as well the speed of how we had to make decisions, and I think that really challenged the way people normally are more relaxed about, I suppose, in a way the way committees and the, if you could tell, bureaucracy, that there wasn't none of that. You really had to tackle the issue very quickly and very promptly. We were in a really strong position. We had a very strong well-being agenda, but we had a lot of physical deliveries and we have to turn quite quickly to support people remotely. And I think that was a big challenge. We were lucky we had really good technology support. So a lot of people had access to technology, but I wanted to see how other organizations who didn't have the luxury of having technology readily available, how they really cope. So we managed to turn around quite quickly to support people online. Fitness sessions were online, and our Healthy Mind ambassadors, who are our mental health first aiders, started to reach online. But I think the speed of how we made decisions was important. And Alexis, you mentioned communications. I think that was vital. I think how we maintain people up to date with decisions and how we were supported, it allowed people to have less uncertainty in a way, or manage that worriness of how we were managing COVID. So I think, and a true collaboration between teams. It wasn't no one. I think it was one of the other lessons is this didn't affect only one team. It was across the whole organization. Everybody had something to give in. So.
And I was going to say, sharing that learning as well, I think across teams is important, isn't it? Because you might not have come across it in your team, but somebody else might have something they can share. And I think that's been really helpful. It helps with that collaboration and that communication, doesn't it? And just the stuff we want from teams, really, how we want people to work. It's something that really promoted that.
Yeah, thank you. There's a question here that's just really relevant to what you both were picking up on with that need for communication and how people learn to manage in a new way. And it's, do you have any advice for managers, particularly around supporting staff working remotely? For example, how can they pick up on signs that somebody might be struggling when obviously there is that remote working? Maria, do you want to start on that?
I think this is about continuous conversation. So this is about not assuming that everybody's okay, and also not assuming that everybody's dealing with the issues the way they are dealing with it. Everybody's different, and I think as a manager you need to learn to have that mentoring, coaching approach to conversations. So we were introducing continuous conversations as part of performance management, but very quickly we strengthened the message that well-being has to be part of these conversations. That not only focusing on performance and goals and reports and so on, but well-being has to be part of that. And yes, have that kind of like coaching approach to that conversation where it's not about them, it's about their team, and create that cohesive, I suppose, belonging to the team. I think Alexis at the beginning mentioned, bringing that team together, and I think managers had a huge role in bringing that team together, that belonging to that team. And I think that was quite critical at the beginning.
I think something that we've seen increase is the confidence in managers to not avoid people that they think might not be okay, even though they might not have any solid evidence that they might not be okay. You know, you might pick it up in a tone of voice, or you might be in a team meeting. If I don't know about you, but some of the meetings I was going on with big organizations, everyone had their cameras off, and you're like, we need to see how people are doing and check in, even if it's on a smaller group, you know, actually making time to actually, right, let's put our cameras on, let's see how we're all doing, and let's just have that kind of informal peer support, really, kind of conversation. And, you know, supporting managers to actually just step forward and say, how are you doing, you know, checking in that what else are you holding other than work, because I think that's the other thing that's really kind of grown in the past 18 months is people could very easily put on a professional persona and you would have no idea what was going on until the wheels were coming off, really, which isn't a very technical mental health term, but you know what I mean, that the things were starting to go really badly wrong. And actually by picking up the phone or just having that, or checking in with someone else that might have a good relationship with them and just making sure that they're okay. And I think also within teams, you know, we've done probably more mediations in the past 18 months than we've done in the past 9 years. And that's around those splits within teams and people not feeling that they are connected, and you know, all that stuff that happens with communication where we misread a situation or our perception slightly skewed because we don't see the non-verbal stuff. And you know, so there's an awful lot around having those approaching it in a very positive way and not avoiding having not even a difficult conversation, just something that you might not be that comfortable with, and also recognizing who's the right person to have that conversation, because it might not be you as the manager, it might be somebody else that you can rely on to do that.
And one thing with, you know, following up that supporting managers, one thing that now I recall as something we did quite early was having facilitated conversations with the managers.
Yeah.
Because sometimes managers feel a little bit lonely on their role as manager. So we brought a facilitator, an expert in mental health, and he was instead of putting lots of learning to them and PowerPoint and e-learning on the managers, what we created was a space for them to talk about their experiences and maybe some issues or dilemmas they were dealing with, small groups, and then they were talking about specifically on supporting mental health. And I think that really provide managers a space to because they're very competent managers, but sometimes you just need to check in your thoughts and your plan in a way. So that was quite useful as well.
Yeah, there's another question that really leads nicely on from that, and it's about managers and leaders, about how they make the message that we're saying is absolutely necessary, that well-being is important. How do they make that authentic, you know, rather than it just being a tick box, and how do they balance that with the pressure to deliver? So with furloughing, restructuring, resources is being stretched. So that's the question. Advice for managers and leaders about making that message that you obviously advocating there, that well-being is important. How do they make that authentic?
Go ahead, Maria. I'm going to take that one. I'm going to take that one first. I think this is about leaders being vulnerable and showing their own vulnerability and being transparent in their own stories. So it's not just about saying we care about your well-being. It's about well-being is important, and it's important to me as well. I look after myself, and I think we had really good opportunities for our leaders to show their own journey on managing well-being and managing the lockdown. And by them showing that transparency on their own story, that really help people in a way that can like give permission to people to be real and transparent as well about their own issues. So that was quite good to be able to share the stories of our leaders.
The dogs joining in there. Yeah, absolutely. And I think showing that genuine interest, I know that we have been able to maybe see more of people's lives, because quite often the meetings are in their homes and there's children in the background, dogs in the background, everything else that goes on, cats walking across keyboards. We've all got stories, haven't we, of what we've seen. And I think managers, you know, if we've got managers who feel like they've almost got to do a bit of a checklist to make sure that someone's okay, then I think you lose it right from even before you even start, because people can pick up on that, actually being genuinely interested. And also I think even with difficult decisions, restructures, etc., just being honest about the uncertainty that's about to happen and being able to share as much as possible, I think is really important, because then it's that trust, isn't it, that I'm not going to be, there's nothing underhand happening here. It's just what has to happen as part of the process of having been through what we've been through. So I think, all of that is really important, that if we're coming at it from being very genuine and authentic, and also being able to not kind of think about ticking boxes, but more on that human level, really. What are you picking up about the other person that you just do naturally and automatically? It doesn't. There's no kind of magic training that's going to give you that. It's just about being human with another human, really.
Yeah, and I would say about recognition as well, that not everybody has the same level of emotional intelligence. Some managers might find it quite difficult for them to have difficult conversations and open conversations. So, and that's, I suppose, is when they can create that belonging with other members of the team. So if they feel that themselves can't have this conversation, that they need to reach for help, and they need to reach for help. Maybe the HR or the partnering team can support in the well-being team. How you can support that. So if they feel that they have consent and obviously develop themselves, but yeah, not assuming that all managers have the same confidence and they feel comfortable having these conversations. But
yeah, especially managers who prefer to be transactional, and
yeah,
that's the bit we've had to really kind of think about. Is I've had to say to people I'm coaching, right, how about saying how are you before you launch into whatever it is you want that person to do, and just kind of that. Yeah, absolutely. If you're transactional, and also the industry you're in, it kind of lends itself to that as well. It's how to soften it around the edges and just make sure that you've checked in first before you go into that.
And believe me or not, we have the opposite as well. We have the other extreme, a manager who probably is overly caring and overly step the boundaries as well of manager colleague relationship. So you have to really help managers to manage those conversations within the boundaries of a professional background as well. So, and obviously they might be affected themselves if they see the team, they might their own mental health or their own. So it's about having that balance, and extremes are always bad to either side.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's another point around balance. As the pandemic took more and more of us into a working from home situation, that suited some people. Some people have really thrived in that environment, and others have felt really isolated. But I know people have said even when they've enjoyed working from home, one of the struggles they have is, when do I stop work and start at home? Have you got any thoughts, advice around that struggle?
Yeah, I mean, I think I know I had to learn to do it. I'm not someone who's worked from home really. So those first few weeks, I was literally working all the time, and just Fortis was really busy, so it was necessary. But I was then trying to help people who were having that problem with the boundaries. That work is in my house, my colleagues are now in my home, and my children are also being educated in my home, and all this kind of it can be quite overwhelming, I think. And there was different strategies I think can work really well, and I think that's about almost giving your head the space to switch off from one and switch on to the other, which is difficult if literally all you're going to do is log off and walk out of a door or walk into your living space. And we were talking to people about actually just go for a walk around the block, or change your clothes, go from your work clothes into your kind of chill out clothes, if you like, which we were all living and dying in, I think, last year quite successfully. So anything that means that transition is almost flagged so that you can put it down. And I think the boundaries, which you mentioned a minute ago, Maria, as well, that they become very blurred in lots of ways. And reasserting the boundaries, I think, took time for people to kind of think about where have my boundaries gone, and how is that impacting on how I work and how I am in my other roles in the same environment. So I know for me, I was having, children watching to see if I was in meetings, and then as soon as there was a gap, literally took my headphones off, said all be in, and you'd like everybody out, and you just kind of trying to train them as well to understand. So I think that was the saving grace, that we were all juggling something. Even if we were living on our own, you're juggling something different, but it's still your own personal experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a good experience. Is everybody, I think, raised to the challenge of being kind and have empathy for others. I think in our experience, everybody was really understanding. Oh, you have the cat or the kids, and very, very quickly people start being relaxed around that environment. I think the work-life balance was an issue. I think people start to see that work was available there. So, while the kid is in the bath, I just quickly run. And also, Teams, it become readily available as your means of communications. And now Teams was in your phone as well, not just in your laptop, but in your phone. I think some people did it better than others, and we had to be very strong on messages about advising people, providing guidance on work-life balance, but at the same time allowing for their own autonomy of people to make decisions, because like you said, some people found that maybe that suit them, having a longer break or having a more relaxed morning. That didn't mean that they couldn't work. So understanding the reasons why the hours were extending. But yeah, we experienced the same. People were working more long hours, work was readily available. So why not? There is always something else to do, an email that we had been sent, and work was there.
Yeah, that leads into the next area. So sort of moving forward, last year all these new words were in our vocabulary, like furlough and lockdown, and now we're hearing all the time the new normal.
Yeah.
And people are absolutely, sticking by that we never ever return fully to that pre-pandemic workspace or indeed lifestyle. At Nebosh as well, we're moving towards, not quite sure what we call it yet, hybrid, agile working. So do you have any tips on introducing that change? I guess that work-life balance is still within that. But the question here is tips on introducing that change to these new ways of working, but also it's that word balance again. How do you get that balance between individual needs and organizational needs?
We obviously, as an organization, we're going through this same journey of keeping the best of COVID world, the remote world. We know that some people really value the flexibility of starting time or the place of work. So we are introducing a hybrid working principles, but the ways we are doing it is that we're not mandating it. And I think that's the key. As an organization, you shouldn't mandate how you're going to be working. You should trust that you have an autonomous, competent workforce that is able to deliver your strategy. So I think what we're doing is clear principles, and the best is working quite well is the hybrid working is a team's conversations. It's about what works for the team. So it's not just an individual needs, because that is what we call the flexible working. So if you need as an individual flexible working because of your individual needs, we always have had that clear policy that you can have a conversation with your manager. But hybrid working is about what works for your team. What works, what days the team needs to get together. What is the best way for the teams to brainstorm? So hybrid working is a more wider conversation. And when we say team, it's not just manager and colleagues. Is the teams that you have to interact with. Is that expectation? So you have to think outside the box on what you call your team. And it's about conversations. It's about not mandating, or you need to be 2 days a week because it might not be needed. It's about what works and what works for delivering the strategy. And I think that has been well received because it has made people talk about why it works for them.
I think what we're seeing is quite a lot of anxiety about returning. So I guess the juggle is between what the individual can do and what the business needs are and what they need to be. And there's always going to be that tension, I think, isn't there? It's great that you're doing it on a kind of wider team interactive basis, so that it's kind of effective. And I think we're seeing an awful lot more around fear of not wanting to let go of what people may feel they've gained in terms of working from home, and almost like if I step back into that routine, then that's it, I'm back in it and there's nothing I can do about it. But also just being anxious around being around people, and some of the things we've been recommending around just go into the building, arrange to go into the building when there's no one around, and really step up each time, meet someone you're familiar with, go and have a look, learn about what the policies and the protocols are, because it is that sense of overwhelm. And I think people are some people are very sensitive to that, having been overwhelmed for quite a number of months now, just because of what's been going on. So it's getting the juggle between what the person can actually do if there is a mental health need there, with what the business needs them to do. And I think that's quite a difficult conversation to have for some people, when you've maybe in a position where actually I can't meet what the business needs are because of how I'm doing personally. So I think that's all based around just the fear of what we've been told to be careful of, really, over the past 18 months.
We're finding another issue is not just the office, is the using of public transport as well. A lot of people rely on public transport, and they haven't used public transport so long. That's where they feel they're going to be most exposed. So they're saying, I don't mind going to the office, but it's how I get there. So yeah, definitely. We're doing more or less the same. We've been very cautious in how we open the building. We make the building available very slowly, and we're encouraging now. But we're still very cautious about. The other thing is that global connotation. When you have a big office full of a lot of people, but what happens if it's a smaller office? So we have some smaller offices where the conversation is completely different to the 3,000 people returning to a busy environment. And every country has different way of mandating and the way hierarchies deal with. So we have to be very careful that UK approach or we don't fall into the trap of being a UK approach. It really has that connotation, and that's why you do have to kind of like allow the conversations happening, because every team and every office will have different needs. But yeah, you're right. I think individual perception or worries about COVID are real.
And this is another comment that's come in about how we decide how much risk is acceptable. I know there's been some dialogue in the UK about, well, okay, now employers are just basically left to it, restrictions are lifted. But the question here is, what do we do if people are not ready to not wear the masks, and they're not ready to start working collaboratively with others?
That's where I'm gonna start putting my hat of statutory compliance, and I put my well-being and I have both, and I keep juggling my well-being with my statutory compliance. I think that's a really valid point, but we have to remember that a lot of people didn't have the luxury of working from home, and they had to be in the office or in the operations in the warehouse. We still have operations, and they've stopped. That we had to protect people even during the pandemic. We had facilities team, receptionists, our print and operations team. So we have always to keep people safe during the pandemic. It wasn't as simple as send people home, and that was the end. So COVID is another hazard that we have to deal with, and the best thing is never going to be zero risk, and that happens with everything we do in life. But it's about layers of control, and I think people needs to see that everything you do when you are assessing a risk is about putting lots of controls. Then when they're put together, we call it, I mean, the theory of the Swiss cheese theory. When it doesn't matter where they hold, there's always going to be a barrier. So that's the best way when you can consider what is tolerable and what is risk. It's a hierarchical control. You try to put, but ultimately you do have to deliver your business. You can't just stop operations. So it's about balancing, delivering your business. In our case, our learners have to have their exams. But then how you make sure you balance risk, and people it's about being open and transparent about these assessments. At the Mino, for example, we're heavily talking about ventilation, because that's one of the biggest concerns of people living the safety of their home and coming to the building. So it's about really assessing ventilation and be transparent about the assessment. And risk statutory compliance is all about that, assessing your issues and putting controls in place.
Yeah, I mean, that's not my, thankfully, Maria, that's not my bag. What I would say, and just know from in terms of us, how we work with people, obviously we do a lot, there's a mix of online and also in person. And we went back to seeing people in person last June. So we went back quite quickly, but put everything in place that we could to help people to be safe. But I think what we've found is that as things have changed, as the government's changed their guidelines, is that we've carried on with where we were, because actually, in terms of a spectrum of people feeling anxious, if you've got, I'd rather somebody who isn't anxious has to wear a mask and has to keep their distance in the buildings, in our offices, rather than someone who's very anxious not being able to come into the building because they don't have to wear a mask and there's people in there who aren't. So we've kind of carried on as we are for now. And you know, we'll review as we go through, but I know a lot of businesses that we work in have just basically done exactly what Maria said, and that's just kind of risk assessed and made sure there are lots of elements in place so that people feel as safe as they possibly can. And that's actually all we can do. Life has to carry on, and you know, that's just how it is.
Yeah, that's great advice. And the principle of risk assessment, that word that keeps coming up, is that balance, isn't it? But linked to that, there's a point here about data and information, and do we have enough of it to make those sound decisions? Because you know, you both started off commenting about the speed, you know, and how this hit us. So you know, have you got any thoughts on that? Should we be doing more to collect data and share that to form the basis of the decisions?
Yes, definitely. I mean, that's
a short answer.
I'm just looking back at what we did, because the pandemic obviously evolved so quickly. We have our reactive data, you know, sickness, absenteeism. Very quickly we have to start collecting information about who was infected or affected by COVID directly, who they have to self-isolate and things like that. But regarding well-being and mental health, we're lucky we do have someone who does our employee experience, and they started very quickly collating information about culture and how people were feeling about how we deal with the pandemic. So by using these type of culture surveys, you know, when you everybody will have to tell you exactly how they feel, and we were able quite quickly to measure if we were making the right decisions or not. So I think data is valuable, and not just about making the decision of what is the next step, but also checking in if what you have done and maybe change your direction. So I think we have been lucky that we have had access to our reactive data like sickness and absenteeism, but some more I suppose direct data regarding change and how we were dealing with the pandemic.
I mean, we've been involved in doing engagement sessions with teams to find out really if what the business has done, has that, what you know, what's been good about it, what have they learned from it, and what can be used going forward. Because I think that's often something that, you know, we keep putting things in place and we keep trying to manage risk in line with what we're told we have to, but actually what's people's experience of that been? And because you have got people who've been there every day throughout everything, and you've got other people who maybe have been furloughed, or others working from home, or some have been doing a kind of agile working. I think it's capturing all of those different views, isn't it? Because everyone has a slightly different experience of what, you know, what's already been put in place, and whether it's actually been effective or they've felt safe enough with those assessments.
Thank you. One comment that's come out in the health and safety profession is that they've actually felt a lot more valued. You know, one of the positives that has come out of the pandemic is that they've really felt that people have looked to them for advice. Do you feel the same newfound respect is there for how?
I'm not gonna say I wasn't feeling the respect, because I wasn't. I think health and safety has come out. I mean, if I go back, I've been doing health and safety for over 20 years now. Don't guess my age through that value, but yeah, definitely the leadership, I would say, the direct relationship between what we were doing and the decisions than the leadership. So I think health and safety has always been important on the relationship with the workout, you know, with the shop floor, the decisions that managers were doing. But I think what the pandemic did was close the gap between the executive board, the leadership, what conversations were happening at that level, with something quite real that was affecting all areas of their organization, and I think that really closed the gap, and if we move to well-being even more. But yeah.
I mean, what I've seen actually quite interestingly is, well, thank God, wellbeing's actually been put a bit more forefront. You know, we've been waiting for this to become more front and center for years, and you know, even 5 years ago, having a conversation in an organisation about well-being, it was like, how much is it going to cost, and what's the benefit, and is it, you know, worth us kind of thinking about this? What I've seen some of the businesses we work in is that the health and safety managers who have been given well-being almost with a small W, suddenly in this past 18 months are being expected to be experts in well-being, and sometimes don't feel that they have that level of expertise or knowledge, passionate about it and can see the absolute benefits from a health perspective, but don't necessarily know, haven't known enough about it. So in some ways it's been a bit of a baptism of fire over the last 18 months about having to think about well-being, which I think is different, you know, in terms of health and safety. You know, kind of bread and butter stuff that people do every day, and then to have the well-being kind of quite often bolted onto the side, or maybe not having many resources, maybe not having any you know, people that can help with implementing anything. So that, I think, has been in some ways difficult, but also very helpful to accelerate the focus on well-being, because we know that if you invest in people from a well-being perspective, if you get it back, you know, tenfold in terms of everything that we see in the numbers in businesses, from the absenteeism and presenteeism, leavism, all of those things. So so yeah, I think it's been almost like it has to be front and center, and hopefully going forward it will remain so.
And if I have to add to that, is that it moved from the wellbeing initiatives to a well-being strategy, and I think that for me has been the biggest shift. Well-being, when I started working on well-being 4 years ago, it was very much about the initiatives, the yoga, and what
plants,
what is
fruit.
the program, what is the program of webinars. But now we're talking about well-being as what is your well-being strategy, and what how managers are going to manage well-being, how the conversation. So it's definitely that shift in conversation. I think that's what I found it really valuable now.
How is it going to be embedded rather than it just being something that's visible? And
it's part of your culture and your values. It's not a priority anymore. Well-being is not just a priority, it's something you need to prioritize. It has to be part of your values and your culture. And I think that I see the pandemic accelerating that conversation.
Yeah, which is a very, very, very good thing. We're fastly moving towards the end of this session. It's been, you know, fascinating to share, you know, your experience and views. Just to start, to round us up, if you could give employees, you know, 2 or 3 key tips, what would they be to carry forward and start, you know, embedding this culture and way forward?
If I start with creating, just to follow up, well-being is part of your culture. So really invest in your well-being strategy. Like Alexis says, not everybody's an expert, so find that expertise. So if you don't have experts in your team, in your HR, but find where that expertise, the same that you will have finance experts or your communications experts, well-being needs that expertise. And engagement. I think engagement with everywhere around your organization. Everybody should be able to influence that strategy and listen. How do you do that? Through well-being champions or through, you know, groups, focus groups. So for me, it would be like, find the expertise to create your strategy, really increase engagement, and your management team has to be really skillful about well-being. I think you can have a very 1 or 2 people focusing on well-being, but ultimately it's the managers who are having those conversations. For me, that's 3 tips, you know, expertise and the strategy, engagement and listening to what people need, and your managers to be able to really deliver the change.
I echo all of those. I think leadership is really key. You know, if you haven't got your leadership team on board, or you've got, I was having a conversation recently that, you know, the directors are changing now, so we've got more chance of getting this on board. And you think, well, actually, if the leadership team aren't on board, it doesn't matter what you do or how much money you invest in it, it won't land, it won't be embedded, and it won't be part of your culture. So, you know, look at where those areas are where there maybe is tension, or there are people who maybe don't fully understand what it is when we talk about well-being, and you know, bring them along with you on that journey rather than it becoming something that becomes a block further down the line. And I think as well, reviewing what have we gained from what's happened. You know, we look a lot at what the complexities are and what the challenges are, but what have we gained by what's happened over the past 18 months, and what can we take from that and move forward and even fine tune it even more so. Yeah, I think that's everything for me, really. I just think leadership needs to be on board. You need to find those people from a wellbeing perspective who are passionate about wellbeing. There'll be people who maybe don't have any training in anything, but absolutely see the benefit of it right from the very core, and actually bring them along with you, being part of your wellbeing board or your committee or whatever it might be. People who influence the organisation will have really creative ideas that leaders would probably not come up with on their own, because they're the people who are actually on the floor doing, on the ground running. So I think engage and bring people along with you would be one of the main things.
And I would say never give up. This is not just a 1 month or 1 year. This is
forever.
It's forever. You have to really continue and never give up.
Wellbeing is forever. It should be a hashtag.
Wellbeing is forever. Not just for Christmas, yeah. No. Yeah,
that is a pandemic.
Not for the pandemic. Yeah, that's it. Wellbeing is not just for pandemics. We should copyright that.
The correct question here, because we've been making understandably a lot of reference to leaders, but the question here is, who is supporting them? So there's recognition here that they've had to furlough people, perhaps made people redundant. They've had wellbeing added into their roles and responsibilities. So just any thoughts on that, on who should be supporting the leaders? Where do they go to if they're feeling not great?
Something that we've found has really increased for requests from us is reflective practice. And that is having small groups of leaders and managers carefully selected so the groups have a good balance in them, but being able to do them online and have reflective practice conversations. So it's facilitated, but it's also about that, what's the personal resonance? What are their circumstances? But you're also creating that support network with other leaders who understand those challenges of the role, but also maybe can share ideas and ways of working and moving forward. I think part of being a manager sometimes is people can be working very much in silos, and that is very lonely. Mm-hmm. When you've got a wealth of experience and knowledge across a leadership team, why wouldn't you use that to support each other? So I think from a something that can be done either internally, as a kind of peer group, or as something bringing in a facilitator, having those open and honest conversations and just being able to track how leaders are doing, because any leader most leaders haven't known what to do at some point several times over the past 18 months.
And
they don't have to know, and they don't have to know everything either. They don't have to know everything.
But between you can figure it out usually.
That's great. And just finally, because we are in the last minutes now, this great session, a final question here. Do you think there are more challenges to come? And there's a little bit of dialogue here about how behaviours are perhaps changing long term, that as individuals we're worried about planning ahead, we're not being spontaneous anymore. Any thoughts on what the next challenges might be?
Alex,
yeah, okay. I mean, from a mental health perspective, I think we won't know exactly what the ripple effect looks like and for a while. I mean, we're seeing huge impacts in terms of people's purpose, reflecting on where they, their purpose, where they live. We're seeing, kind of struggles with identity because, maybe been furloughed all this time, and so their role has really, that's who they define themselves as being, and suddenly that's not been there. Or, someone said to me the other day, I'm a workaholic and I've not been working. That's like the worst thing in the world. So, and even for young people, we're seeing, impacts around body dysmorphia, eating difficulties, all sorts of things. So I think the ripple effect, it's very dependent on, I think, ages and stages for people as well. And also we've been left, even the busiest people have been left with more headspace than they usually would do. We would be distracted working or would be socializing or whatever we would have been doing. So, and often being left with our own thoughts is more scary than being left with anything else. So I think longer term it'll be interesting to see. On the flip side of that, it might be really also very positive because people have had a chance to review and reflect and put different things in place and maybe feel like actually they've made some really good decisions for themselves and that works really well for them. So I think we'll see both positives and challenges as well.
And some final thoughts for us, then supporting organizations, for me, is not to rush to what is happening. So I think you need to organically allowing the process to go. What is that settling decision? You know, we're currently asking people that the building is there, is available, how much and when are we going actually actively encourage people to come to the offices is still to be discussing. But it's about really accepting that this is new for us, and we do need to allow that time to settle organically in a way without rushing it or forcing it, and trust that things will settle, and we will get to the other side with the good things and safely and healthy.
Like you say, it's that balance, isn't it? Making it authentic, keeping that communication open, engagement. Alexis, Maria, it's been an absolute pleasure. We need another 45 minutes to keep talking and exploring this subject. I am sure that the delegates have got lots of valuable tips there. So it just leaves me to say a huge thank you to you both for your time, for sharing of your expertise, and from all of us to everybody out there, take care and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Well, welcome to our next session even on human and organizational factors, part they can play in solving real world problems. So I'm Matt Powell-Howard, Head of Learning and Partnerships at Nebosh, and I'm joined today by two colleagues, an old friend of Nebosh, James Baird, Senior HSC Manager at Kia Highways, and a new colleague. It's been great to work with him so far, Dan Hipkiss. I'd say so far. You might be asking me some questions later. So I'll see if I'm still a fan of Dan's at the end of this presentation. But Dan Hipkiss, Performance Coach and Facilitator at ClearTrack Performance Limited. Dan and James, would you just like to just say a little bit about yourselves?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for inviting us along. Yeah, so James Baird. I started out as a traffic management operative quite a few years ago. Worked my way up through the ranks doing my Nebosh qualifications to the point where I'm now a senior safety manager within the Kia organisation.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Good to see you. Really nice to meet you again. Yeah, my name's Dan Hipkiss. My background is predominantly in professional sport. I played rugby for about 14 years for Leicester, for Bath and for England. And unfortunately, my shoulder kind of packed in 2013. And I've been working in learning and development, particularly around human factors, human performance for the last 3.5 years.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Dan. Maybe we can get into occupational injuries in the next session. Then it sounds you know, it's the type of thing we come across a lot, unfortunately. I'm really pleased you're both here. I've had a quick look through 3 slides and it looks fascinating stuff. And I know you've done some amazing things collectively at Kia. So it's a nice presentation for me, this one, because James is doing all of the and Dan are doing all of the heavy lifting. So I'm going to hand over to James, I think.
Okay, thanks, Matt. So yeah, so talking about human organizational factors and what they've done within our business. Now, in terms of background, who we are, we're one of the UK's leading infrastructure companies, maintaining, building, designing the strategic road network up and down the country. Construction and civil engineering is the prime task that we do, and we do a lot of manual labour, manual construction to enable these projects. One of the things that we have realized over time is that as an organization, we're having repetitive incidents, repetitive injuries. And just by way of example, I'm going to use traffic management as one of the tasks that we do. So to give you a feel of what that looks like, this is what our guys do on a regular basis, putting out the cones on the motorway. And I'm sure you've come across them as you're trying to get home late at night. So it looks like a really simple kind of benign operation. So guys going out, dropping pieces of plastic on the network from a vehicle. But actually, when we start looking into the data, it's a high hazard environment. So you've got the obvious vehicles aiming at the guys on the live carriageway. But then when we start digging into the data that sits behind it, we've had a number of people falling off the back of these vehicles. We've had some people falling out the wells, which is where they drop the cones from, into the live lane. We've had numerous near misses about loading and unloading the vehicles, as well as you can see in the photo there, the vehicles striking overhead obstructions such as trees, branches, those kind of things, which is, when you look at them as individual incidents, they're not high impact. But when you start combining them, you start asking the question, where are we going wrong? And we stopped looking at, well, it's obviously the guys that are behaving in an unsafe manner as to how are we actually setting them up to succeed. The other side of it is they're the big bang safety issues. We also started looking at how the guys undertake the operation, and there's a natural progression that we uncovered in the vehicle. So you end up with the young fit lad in the Conewell, and you have the more seasoned operative driving the truck. And that sort of started to indicate to us that there might be something else underlying in terms of occupational health observations. So it's the repetitive nature of the task, the manual handling, the lever effect, the difference in weights, shift in center of gravities, all those kind of things that are leading to long-term health effects, which could be causing safety problems down the line because the two are intrinsically linked. So with this kind of thinking that started bubbling away in 2017, I was challenged by our senior leadership team to go and see what others are doing. The starting point for us was we came on the Nebosh Health and Safety Leadership Certificate, which spurred thinking in the SLT as to how do we become a high reliability organisation? What can we learn from others? That led us to look at people like the Military Aviation Authority, the NHS, the BP, the RAF, which sort of started showing us different ways of identifying, managing risk, different ways of looking at how people behave, how we can set the system and the context up for people to succeed. It started moving us away from traditional health and safety thinking in construction to human and organizational factors, which these high reliability organizations were using. And over the last 2 years, we've been developing this program with partners such as the HSE, such as ClearTrack and CGE Risk Management to build the program which we've got today. So what is human and organizational factors, I hear you cry? Well, it's about shifting our thinking from having a task and equipment and getting people to change and adapt to achieve that outcome to putting people in the center, making it people-centric. So thinking, what are the limitations of a human? How far can you reach? How many things can you remember? How many times can you bend, lift, move things? To then look at the task, the equipment, and how they can be changed to fit the person instead of the person changing to fit the equipment. Now, simple examples of this is in our personal lives, the way that mobile phones are designed, the way that kettles are designed, the way that the dashboard in your car is designed. It's all designed to drive and influence your behavior to do the right thing and to make it as simple as possible so you're not taking shortcuts. Whereas in the workplace, we tend to bring things together and then expect the person to adapt themselves to make things work.
Sorry, James, can I just jump in there? I failed in my tasks as chair. I hate to sort of cut you off in your flow. Just urging colleagues just listening in to please send in some questions. Be great to hear from you and put some incredibly difficult questions to James and Dan, and then I'll pose them as time allows, but please do keep them in the removable. Sorry, James. Sorry, I should have said that earlier. Apologies. Go on.
No problem. A bit of breathing space to think. Thanks, Matt. So once we started understanding what human and organizational factors were and working with partners across the country to start drawing the program together, we kind of went off in two key areas. One is looking at the organization, how we set the system, the processes, the equipment up for people to succeed, how we identify and manage risk, how we build in layers of protection to our workflow, and how we simplify all that. So while it's a complex system in the background, the end users, the designers, the managers, the procurers, and the operatives understand what we want from them. And then how do we use the human factors side of it to develop high reliability teams that have the same objectives, that can work together as a team, and who are psychologically safe to speak up when things aren't right or when they've got a suggestion to improve things. So what have we learned as part of this program? And if you're indeed looking to take this kind of thing on in your own organization? Well, we've learned that leadership education is really important. Getting the leaders on board to understand what you're trying to achieve and what are the benefits to financial performance, to reputation, to delivery of a project, to safety and environmental performance. Getting their buy-in to really drive it as the influencers within the business. Being culturally mature enough and having a willingness to grow. So wanting your business to change and getting everybody else to want that change and see the benefits to them. Time and resource, so having a team of people to actually develop this in the background is really key. You can't have it as a standalone job because it is quite energy intensive. Good communication. So one thing that we've learned is we need to make sure that everybody understands the language that we're talking and what we're trying to achieve. So everybody's aligned in terms of the mission going forward. Having really good data sets, specific data, because numbers of things don't really help. You need that qualitative and quantitative data to drive your direction as to where you're going to target your resources for a start. Because again, we realized that we couldn't improve everything at the same time. And we're currently looking at a 10-year journey just to get started and to start moving forward. And the key one is being patient, being honest, and having that willingness to fail and fail quick. Because if you can fail quick, you can learn those little lessons along the way to give a better overarching program. So that's the background as to where we've come from and where we're going to. So looking in terms of organizational safety, and I'm going to talk about the business in terms of how we set people to work. Dan's then going to talk about the personal safety side of things as to people's behaviors, their attitudes and the beliefs. So in terms of organizational safety, we realized that just technical training, giving people PPE, having a team, having the resources just isn't enough in terms of putting them to work. We have to really understand what the task is that we want them to do, what equipment we're giving them, what environment we're putting them into, to understand how we can remove latent hazards, so the things that are there all the time, as far as reasonably practicable, to drive the behaviours through the system for a positive outcome. And these are some of the things that you think is natural and would think of it, but things like people being bored, people being stressed, repetitive tasks, things like the occupational health side of stuff. So if people are dealing with high noise environments, or the lighting's poor, or things are vibrating, it's going to affect their psychology and how they interact with the environment and the decisions that they make. So how do we prevent that from being a factor in how they operate at work? We then started looking, there's so much information out there in terms of managing safety. But one of the key documents that we've gone to is the ISO 31000 risk management. And again, we've made use of the Nebosh risk management certificate to help drive our systems thinking. It kind of got us to start formulating all these elements into this risk management cycle. So starting at the plan phase, how leadership affects people's behaviors, how the risk management interacts with that, how we give those tools and equipment. When going over to the do side of people actually undertaking the works, talking to each other, having those briefings. Check, we do a lot of monitoring in our organization. So getting that data back, whether it's inspections, whether it's occupational health surveys, whether it's audits, and how does that relate back to the original risk assessment, so that we can assure ourselves that what we're doing in the real world is actually as effective as we think it is in the paper world. And where we don't have that right, putting it through the ACT side. So we've developed the task improvement process and our CAS tool, which we've done with the Chartered Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors and the Royal Navy. So we've taken learnings from what they have from developing their new fleet and built those processes back in. So one of the things, and an example that I can give you, is back to that traffic management vehicle. As I said, through the check data that we've got, we were aware that we had people falling off them, that it was difficult to load and unload them. That we have then, as a risk, we've put that into our task improvement process. And that's a really, really simple thing that anybody can take away. So it's looking at, what does the paper world say? How does the management perceive that a task will be done and managed? Balancing that off against what the operatives actually do when they're at work. How do they actually do the task? Breaking that down into really small stages. So in the case of the traffic management vehicle, we looked at it with the operatives. How do you get in? How do you get out? How do you load the vehicle? How do you offload the vehicle? How do you get into the cone well? How do you get out of the cone well? How do you drop the cones? How do you pick the cones back up? By breaking it down into those little sections, we started to then do a gap analysis of, this is what the paper world says, this is how you actually do it. And we found that there's lots and lots of little blockers that prevent them in the real world actually undertaking what we say they're supposed to be doing in the paper world. If we look at the vehicle as a design currently, this is our best practice fleet. There's loads of these up and down the network, whether it's us or our peers or our supply chain. This is the standard layout of the vehicle. But we found 21 latent hazards in this design when we actually went and started talking to the operatives. And then you can start seeing what's driving their behavior as to why we've had these incidents. So if you look at the center section there that's circled, that's the access into the rear bed. So they have to remove the safety rails at the top, the mid rail in the middle, the bottom rail at the bottom. They have to slide across a door. They then have to lift a cone well cover, flip down 2 stairs to get on the back. So the operatives, when we talked to them, then showed us, well, actually, we just stand on the bars and throw ourselves off it. If they've got a misstep, or if it's wet or slippy, that's where we're having the falls, because they're taking a shortcut, because the way that we anticipated them to do it is actually really complex and difficult. So the system that we've designed and the way that we've designed the vehicle is driving their behaviors, which has got the negative consequence coming out the backside. So we worked with the operatives, and then we worked with a company called Massey Truck Engineering, and we built in the digital world a new kind of vehicle. We shared that digital 3D version of the truck with our operatives, who again made some tweaks and suggestions, and it's now going into production as a version on the ground. And if I can just show you another video, Matt, this is what we've achieved.
Brilliant.
So what we've done with the data that we've got is we've quantified up the whole cost of not just the purchase of the vehicle and the running costs, but the cost of accidents and the cost of mistakes driven by the way that we've designed that vehicle. That's given us the business case to change what we've done, because actually the cost of changing the design is minimal considered that the whole quantitative cost of the incidents that we've had. Not only have we tried to eliminate or reduce where possible the safety impact, so people falling, people's accessing, that kind of thing, we've also looked at the health aspects. So how do we reduce the amount of manual handling? How do we reduce the number of times they're exposed to it? How do we reduce the twisting, the bending, the pulling, the lever effect, as much as possible to try and keep the health of our operatives at the forefront, as well as the safety side of it.
Great. James, one of the things I scribbled down actually while you were saying about talking to the operatives around the real world versus the paper world, I scribbled down here, job as done versus the job as imagined, and I noticed that was on the end of that video. Did you find that the operators were willing to share with you their concerns, their frustrations, their issues, when they felt, were they very open about expressing how they felt improvements could be made?
So it took some time, and we had to have an initial meeting with them.
Right.
And the biggest fear was fear of retribution. So if I tell you how I really do it, am I going to get into trouble?
Yeah.
So it's setting those terms of reference of, we're on your side. We want to make your life better to increase the business's culture, profitability, reduction in safety accidents. So once they started to understand that we're not there to catch them out, we're not there to report back to anybody, and we are there to help them, and demonstrating, again, with this video, playing it back to the operatives, involving them in the process along the way, they can see that we are actually trying to do something, and it's not just a tick box exercise.
And have they been rolled out now, those vehicles then, James? Are they?
So they're currently in, the first 5 are currently in build at the moment, and they'll be out for continual development on the network in January.
Fantastic.
And the feedback from that will then be built into replacing the entire fleet.
I mean, that's amazing. Huge investment as well from Kia. Are you already starting to feel a bit of a shift from the operators, from the guys who are recognizing now that not only are you listening to them, you're actually doing something about it, and actually you're showing them, we listened to you, you said we did. I know from my days being a SHE manager, one of the big criticisms was, we keep telling you stuff's going wrong, but you're not, it just disappears. Are you already starting to feel a bit of sort of tangible benefit from involving them in the process?
Absolutely. And what Dan's going to talk to you about in a moment, we're rolling out a behavioural safety course across the business, and we're including the task improvement process and this traffic management example. So what we're saying to the operatives is, look, we've listened to you. We're trying to make your life better, but what else can we do? How do we look at underground services? How do we look at working at height? We need your input, because you are the experts. While we can read from legislation, you guys know how it practically happens in the real world. And you can help us marry the two together for the best outcomes for everybody.
Yes, fantastic. Fantastic. Sorry, I interrupted your flow there, James. Back to you and Dan.
No, that's it. So while that's a whistle-stop tour, the point is we're trying to be specific in understanding what hazards we face. We're trying to be really clear on the control measures that we put in place. We're trying to be really good at communicating those to the workforce, collecting their feedback in a psychologically safe way so they feel they can speak up and we're going to take them seriously. Using that check data, because we collect so much information, but being specific against the hazards so we know how effective we're being in terms of controlling the hazards to drive people's behaviours. So it's in a nutshell 2 years worth of work in terms of the system side, and it's starting to pay off. It is starting to pay off.
Great stuff.
So then over to Dan, if I may, to talk about the personal safety side of things, because they both have to work hand in hand. It's no good having a really good system and people that are not operating within the behaviours that you desire, and it's also no good telling people to behave in a certain way if you don't have the systems to back it up, because it's just discredited instantly.
Right.
Wonderful. JB, are you gonna pass it on? Lovely. You can be Chris Whitty then. And perhaps I'll be Boris. Is that all right? We're good with that. Matt, thank you very much. And James, touched on lots of the things. I think the big difference that Kia have done is integrated this organizational factors. What I'm going to talk to you about today is the human side of it, the human behaviors, the human performance, how we perform. So Matt, this is my quandary. Matt, are you ever in charge of
Oh, sorry, Dan, you're breaking up a little bit.
In your house?
Sorry, Dan, you broke up.
Are you ever? No problem at all. Are you ever in charge of the of the shopping in your house?
Routinely. I'm incredibly domesticated. I love going food shopping. Yeah. One of the joys of the week.
Matt, and when you go to the food shop, where is the milk situated? It's typically right at the back of the supermarket, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to go.
What are they trying to do? Yeah, what are they? What are they doing? Why are they doing?
Well,
that?
I assume it's so I get to go past all of those impulse buys that I wouldn't necessarily drift along to see. Oddly enough, it's never anywhere near the nappies and the wet wipes, which I no longer need anymore, thankfully. Not personally, I must say, not yet anyway. But yeah, it's by say you have to go past the lovely bakery and you have to go past the the confectionery aisle or whatever it may be. They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. They're very clever. A thing I learned very recently as well was that they put the fruit and veg at the front, Matt. So you feel good, you feel fresh. You put the broccoli, you put the kale in there. And also, once you've got those green items in your basket, it frees up your conscience to fill it with cinnamon buns. So this is the sort of mindset, but really it's kind of understanding human behaviors in lots of ways. The supermarket want your money, Matt. Of course they do. And they've set this supermarket up to function in a way that maximizes that. Similar with IKEA. Once you're in there, it's really hard to get out. It is kind of like, it is a little bit like the Hotel California. You're kind of in there, and they're very good at getting your money. And I suppose the bit that really resonates for me is that we really have this hot state and cold state. When we're hungry, when we really need food, we are quite impulsive. Our emotions, our instincts really take over. When we're in a rational state, perhaps when we've eaten, when we've had a really full meal, and then we go to the supermarket, that stress, that pressure, that impulsivity is quashed a little bit, and we perhaps make better decisions. And I think that really tells us something about how we look at error, how we look at the decisions that we make, and how we look at safety. Is a lot of the time, the judgments that we're making on others are from this cold state. It's from this rational point of view. We often think, well, why did you pick up that cinnamon bun, Dan? You know you're on a diet, you know you're trying to lose weight. But it's really until we get and understand the emotional context, that hot state when people are in there. Not only do we not empathize with others, we're not very good at doing it with ourselves, because we can say, Dan, next time it's going to be different. And yet I repeat this, Matt, unfortunately, over and over again. And James, you can kind of skip us on a couple of slides. Supermarket wants your money. How do they want you to behave? And this is really summed up with kind of the old view of safety. It was all kind of behavioral based, particularly with my work within construction. The last person that touched or was directly responsible or had control over it at the error was responsible for it, and all the fingers were pointed. And to James's point, it was a kind of a culture of, we're out to get you. We are to kind of trip you up. Whereas this lovely new view, and Matt, you and I know we love cinnamon buns.
We do love cinnamon buns, and we're also, somebody described it, we're also, we all think we're so complex. We're basically chimps in shoes, and we're being manipulated all the time, aren't we? We just don't know it's happening. So yeah, let's embrace it for health and safety as well. Yeah.
Definitely, and the great thing is we can leverage it in our favor. We can set up that supermarket as James is doing with that IPV. They've made it very easy with, we're going to walk out onto the non-live lane of traffic. They've taken out any obstructions within the cabin to make it easier to do that. Whereas a lot of the time, if there's a big gear stick in the way, we're not going to do it, Matt. It's harder. It's harder for us to do the right thing. So this kind of the different mindset of looking in that way, but also as well, what we've done is give people training in that hot state, because sometimes we're not going to be able to engineer out all the risks. We're not going to be able to eliminate all of those risks. What we really need to do, Matt, and what we do in our training is put people in that hot state when they're hungry. And we're going to kind of give them the techniques and tools to kind of stop that impulsivity. And that's part of our training, is putting people under pressure, not physically so much, but just recreating the environments that they're going to go in. Why are we doing that? Because that's what we've learned. Being sports people, the former England Sevens captain, Abby Chamberlain, we've got a Rory Dwyer, who's a special forces officer. All of those people understand that you need to kind of give people training in those hot states. We can't just give people talks and give them rational views, because they're not in those rational places when these errors occur. So it's a bit of a shift of mindset that's very familiar to us. So James, you can kind of skip us on, and a lot of the movement today is on kind of blaming and shaming. And I think, you know, it's not a healthy position. Matt, are you a rugby fan at all? You might have given it.
Well, I'm not. I couldn't claim to be a massive one. I've watched it. I always watch the Six Nations, but apart from that, you know, not really.
Good. Well, you're one of the few probably that hasn't shouted at me and given me a hard time for doing something stupid.
Hey, I'm not saying I haven't done that.
Well, we're quite early within the session, Matt. So let's see. Well, I think so many times, you know, I've heard people hip kiss, you idiot. What are you doing? You're so stupid. And they are in that cold state. They're in that rational point of view. They've got the bird's eye view of everything. And it's so obvious to them. And in the same way, it made sense for these people to do what they did with these bollards. It's not blaming and shaming. Once we can understand that rationale, and I like to think of this as a torch. If you think about, they have got a very narrow torch there. They are focused on getting this job done. They're maybe under a bit of time pressure. They've limited their attention to one or two things. They haven't got all the complete knowledge. They haven't thought about what's going to go on in the future. That's fine. It seemed like a good idea at the time. These are not bad people. These are good people doing the wrong thing for the right reason. I think the premise of that really needs to kind of go with us. So really, James, if you kind of want to move us on, I think blaming and shaming is just not the way to do it. We're kind of looking for cues really to know when things are going to go wrong. And I love a pun, Matt, so no apologies under this. So I think anything that kind of aid our learning. So our decision making does come under attack. You're welcome, Matt. You are very welcome. And if we think about that in terms of time, we often try and rush things. You know, we think quickly, we think intuitively. If we slow our thinking down, or we control time, we are fine. We sometimes say to people, if only you'd paid more attention. I think we do have a finite amount of attention, and it's a case of redirecting our attention or allocating attention throughout our team if we're lucky enough to have one. That is really important, because sometimes we just don't notice. We misunderstand, or we don't project into the future. And then again, if we're able to control this, all of the skills and techniques we're doing is to just get more information. So many times I hear, well, I told you that. You know, well, I said that. But there is this miscommunication. And all of the tools that we are doing is to make sure that people have the right knowledge and it is understood as well. Because we've all been here, Matt. We are human. Error is so normal.
I thought that with the last image, actually, Dan. You know, we all have sort of hindsight bias, and that wouldn't, you know, halo bias, and that would never happen to me, whatever. But actually, those guys, that's the sort of thing I do. You know, you're just focused on what you're doing, and you know, and you can see it, can't you? You know, you really can. They were doing a good job, but they've made a good job of it. Unfortunately, you know, they're going to have to undo all that good work. You know, so.
Unless they're good powerlifters and they can do an overhead press.
Yeah,
I'd like to see it. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we're being naive and we've got it there. Or somebody did say to me once, you know, that some of them might be collapsible bollards, and they'll be able to reverse out there. So I quite like that. I'm happy to be proved wrong. So part of all of our training really looks at these three elements and just tries to put techniques and tools that overcome them. Notice those cues when we're in hot state. So just skip us along if you may,
and don't apologize for your numeric either, Dan. You know, sorry, Dan, I'm talking over. Say don't apologize for your numeric. The health and safety world loves a numeric, James, isn't it? You know,
absolutely
under attack. Yeah, great.
We love mnemonics. We love a pun where possible. We have used those, but this is some of the training we do, Matt. And you're right, biases play a huge part in this. Matt, just coincidentally, I'll put you on the spot actually now. Matt, what percentage would you say of US presidents, elected US presidents, have been taller than their presidential rival? What's your best guess on that? And anybody else?
Blimey, no idea. 40%, no idea.
Matt, I was at 66%, so kind of 2/3 have been taller than their rival. And that really just tells us a lot of the time about people, when faced with it's a difficult question, isn't it? Who am I going to vote for? What are their policies? What are their track records? We tend to just ask a more simple question in terms of what do I feel, or what does somebody who's a leader look like? And so I suppose what we are trying to do is just understand that we do have biases. For instance, as well, there was another slightly more risque study, Matt. What percentage of French men thought they were above average lovers? Give me.
Oh, crikey, 90%. I would have thought 90%.
Well, you're not too far. 84%, Matt. 84% of men, and obviously we can't be more than 50%. But this just isn't exclusive to men. It found that women had overconfidence as well, just not to a greater extent. So we are really overconfident. And I think from a safety perspective, that mindset of I am not fallible, I'm going to go with my gut, I'm going to push through, bad things happen to other people. And I think just knowing that we are all hugely overconfident, and as well, the other biggest bias is I'm not biased, I'm very objective. So all of our training, Matt, in terms of the leadership, in terms of the safety critical communication, whether it's three-way comms, giving 2 seconds, getting briefing, debriefing, so it's very much two-way. I think a lot of the briefings that we've had previously or I've seen are very much Matt. And at the end of it, I'm going to say to you, Matt, any questions? And you say, no. And then you'll get on with the job and then you'll ask James what you're meant to be doing.
Yeah.
And that's
and I don't know either.
That's how we structure things. And James doesn't know, and then you have a guess, and that's what errors do. So really in rugby and in military, we make it very two-way. I might stand up and do a presentation in front of the whole team, and I'll present to them. So the coach knows that I've understood it. And if it hasn't, it gives it opportunity. Of course, James has said we need to create an environment where people can speak up. People aren't here to be embarrassed, aren't here to be blamed. And that was very true with the best coaches that I had in rugby. We didn't always get it right, but more often than not, managing pressure, dealing with it, making people feel supported, those team skills are vital, and they're kind of fundamental to our program as well. So that's pretty much it. That's what we typically cover. We've had some great success within our program, and James, feel free to skip it on. We've mainly covered this with Kia. We created a program alongside James based on the Kia values. Trust within the teams that we've had. You know yourself, Matt. If you trust somebody within your team, if they're credible, reliable, if you get on well with them, if their orientation is towards the team rather than themselves, they're going to be a really trusted teammate. And that allows us to be collaborative, and it allows us to be focused. We've created some tools that people can use tomorrow. I think the pilot study we did with Kia was, what's the so what with this? How can we engage with these people? How can we speak about the environment that they are in? It is very rugby and military environments, tough, stressful, tiring occupations a lot of the time, but with this hierarchy of the office, the blunt end, dictating us and the coaches, dictating how we function on the front line when we come to games and obviously in battle as well. So really engaging with people, making it very adult, being on a level is really important. And our connection as coaches, giving people the time around these tools is vitally important. And James, just a final piece, that's really what we've done with Kia, and it's been a huge success so far. These are some of our people that we've got at ClearTrack. Mark Soden is an we've got three rugby players there. We've got Andy Halliday, who's just returned from Tokyo. He was the Great Britain men's hockey team manager. He was also a specialist firearms officer for years in the Met Police, and was part of the John Charles de Menezes Stockwell Tube incident in 2005. We've got a search and rescue pilot from Canada who ran a human performance program with them and with NATO, Guy Hurst, who was the non-technical skills training advisor at BA, and Oliver Hamlet, who's just become a doctor, who's got a PhD in human factors. They're all part of our team. We have actors as well. There's a guy there, Paul Checker, who's kind of acted alongside Benedict Cumberbatch in Casualty and Torchwood, amongst other things. It's all about kind of engaging with things. They are so interactive, our sessions. We get people talking and we get people to kind of understand. Your kind of the watchers now are more than happy to kind of download, if you'd like to scan on the screen. We've written a guide about how to reduce impact of mistakes. Oliver and a girl called Steph Clutterbuck, who's part of our marketing team, has created this guide that will really help you do it. We believe in what we're doing. We come at it very differently. We don't stand and deliver our training. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We try and speak as little as we can, despite me talking at you, Matt, for the last 10 minutes. We try and talk as little as we can and make it all about those attending.
Brilliant.
But that, in a nutshell, is about it.
Thanks, guys. That was really seriously. I know we have. It's expected of me as host to say I really enjoyed that, but I really did enjoy that. I thought that was a great presentation, and we'll leave that last slide up there for a moment. We've got a few minutes for a few questions, so people can hopefully scan that QR code and take you through to some of the ClearTrack information. And I'm sure Dan and his colleagues would love to talk to you. I thought it was really interesting actually about how I think we would probably be alarmed about how much we are manipulated in everyday life. So, example Dan gave of going to the supermarket, with the piped through sort of baking smells. I don't know if that's an urban myth or whatever, but those kind of things. We are being nudged. We are being encouraged to go a certain way. I think there used to be the nudge unit at Downing Street, getting us all out there and applauding for the fantastic NHS, all that sort of stuff. So. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. The other thing which sort of resonate with me as well is I think sometimes when we look at professional sportsmen or actors or even the military, we don't necessarily immediately make the link to it being occupational, what those guys are doing. I think we just think, oh, look at those sportsmen, what a privilege and an amazing life it is. And actually, people have got there because of graft. Yeah, talent certainly, but also graft and determination. And if we can, as a profession, learn from them, I think that's amazing. I was really interested in what you were saying, James, as well, around that you're already starting to feel some of those tangible benefits from some of the interventions you've put in place. And you and I have spoken in the past. I come from a civils background as well. And I wondered if you're using any of these sort of human interventions about how you can, or nudges that you can use on members of the public, because actually it's an incredibly dangerous profession that you're in terms of road building and civils. Are you starting to look at that in any way?
Absolutely, Matt. And one of the things that we didn't have time to cover is our use of bow tie risk management. So by looking at risk assessment as a process and not just looking at the operatives or the end user, if you like, you can start to understand where the threats come from. So if we take road worker abuse, for example, it's great that we can train them in conflict management, but that is only an effective barrier once an abuse has taken place. So you've lost control of the hazard. If we go back, yes, we can set our sights up, yes, we can have fencing and hoarding, but actually, where's the abuse coming from? It's from people who are either disrupted, delayed, or somehow a nuisance has occurred to them. So if we look into how do we educate them that there's going to be disruption? How do we accommodate them to make the sites as quiet as possible? How do we not shine our lights into people's bedrooms where they've got kids sleeping? It's setting the site up right back there in the design phase and the awareness for those members of the public to prevent the abuse from happening in the first place by setting people's expectations of the work.
Brilliant. So James, on that point, when you started thinking of this new approach, and you showed quite a few other organisations you've worked with, ClearTrack and BP, and working alongside HC, Royal Navy, etc. How open did you find? And I suppose this question for you as well, Dan. Really, in your own practice, how open do you find other organisations are in talking to you, to saying, let's share this learning? I know you put quite a lot of stuff out on LinkedIn, for example, James. Do you find the communities really open up to sharing what they're doing and what they've done?
They really are. I think the days of safety being a commercial advantage, well, yes, it's still there and it's a big part of quality bits. But people are really willing to share, particularly those that have something to talk about or those that are doing something different. We had some really, really good conversations with the Military Aviation Authority. We went down to Abbey Wood. They showed us their processes, what sits in the background, the outputs. The RAF showed us how they manage aircraft. And the Red Arrows pilots were really good at demonstrating how to do effective briefing and debriefing.
Wow.
So all I can do is encourage those that are safety professionals, ask the questions. I mean, the Red Arrows might get a bit fed up if 100 people ask to visit, but ask the question, and there is so much knowledge and so many willing people out there, and together we can get better.
Fantastic. Dan, was there something you wanted to quickly add at the end there? I don't know if you...
I can only really speak from the perspective of the people that we're training. I think the people at Kier are really receptive to thinking differently, and I think that open-mindedness and wanting to try something different is great. And there are so many gains to be had from the briefing and debriefing that is so commonplace in sport and in the military. So I've been really impressed with the knowledge and the attitudes that we've had specifically with Kier.
Amazing. Thanks ever so much. Dan, James, time's up, I'm afraid. We're going to have to wrap it there. Thank you ever so much for taking the time pulling those slides together. Really enjoyed that, and I'm sure our colleagues who are listening feel likewise. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Hi, I'm Dee, and welcome to this session on mindfulness, during which I hope to show you the benefits of taking some time out for you. And I mean that quite literally. Simply, or in simple terms, mindfulness is our ability to pay attention to the present moment without judgment of self or on others. And in this world of pace, of challenge, much of which we've been hearing about in this conference, that ability really helps us reconnect with the simplicity of life and give us more enjoyment and a greater sense of peace. So what is mindfulness? Well, this is really just about the ability to focus your mind on the present moment without worrying about the past or the future. And we all do that. We all engage in worrying about what's already happened, about what's to come. So mindfulness doesn't mean that we disregard those. We do still need to reflect and process what's happened in our past. We need to plan for the future. But mindfulness gives us the ability to notice our thoughts as they arise, but not to buy into them and then escalate into muddled or judgmental thinking. So by doing that, mindfulness empowers us to take control of what we're feeling and then act on that feeling in a more constructive and purposeful way. And mindfulness is accessible. So I know so many people that relate mindfulness to meditation. And yes, meditation is a tool to help us develop mindfulness. But there are so many tools out there, so many activities, so many apps that give us a wealth of things that we can use to develop and find out what works best for us. And if you just think about your own mind on a typical day, maybe think about your mind now and what's going on within it. Is it a mind that's full of stuff as opposed to us being mindful? So if it's the former, if your mind is full of all these thoughts about what's gone wrong in the past, what's coming, what we haven't done, what we've done wrong, if we are then engaging in something that we should be enjoying, like walking the dog, if our mind is full of that stuff, we're not engaging in walking the dog. So we're not connecting with our dog. We're not enjoying that walk. We're not even noticing the lovely nature, the trees, the birds around us, because our mind is just full of all this other stuff. So wouldn't it be great just to be able to switch off from that, you know, when we choose, and enjoy those things that we should be enjoying and have got every right to enjoy. And then actually what mindfulness does, it gives us those benefits of being able to go back to the pace, back to the challenges in a much more engaged and calm way, and gives us a greater ability to solve those problems. So the benefits, as I said, we enjoy life's pleasures instead of taking them for granted, and that includes each other. I guess we've all been in a conversation at some time with somebody that is either on Teams right in front of us, or Zoom, or even in the physical. Now restrictions are being lifted, and we see the mouth moving and we hear sound, but we haven't heard them because our mind is elsewhere. So being mindful really helps give that mindful regard to those around us, to people in our life. And that gives them greater confidence and self-esteem being around us. It gives us the same. And there's a whole bunch of health benefits about being mindful. If we have got a calm mind, a calm body, our anxiety, our stress levels are reduced, we can process our emotions instead of being driven by them. And we get better sleep, we become more optimistic in life, and just generally calmer, more peaceful, and more engaged at the right time. And as I said, there are so many helpful sites, apps, exercises out there. And one very simple one, just to give you a feel for that now, is an exercise called the 5 senses exercise. And this is simply a reality check to make us realize how often we're not really using the senses that we have. And this just takes us through a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 of what you can see, feel, hear, smell, and taste. And this is something you can check in and use at any time. And just taking that first one, you know, 5 things that you can see. And by that, I mean really see. So for example, we might look out the window and we see a bird. When we've got a mind full of stuff, that's it. We don't see any further than that bird. But if we are mindful, we engage with seeing that bird. What color is it? What type of bird is it? What size, what shape, and so on. So sometimes just working through our senses and using them can really shift us away from that mindful of the stuff into being mindful. Okay, and just to take us through now to the end of this session, we're just going to do a really simple guided calming meditation. And for this exercise, it's going to be about breathing in calmness and releasing stress and tension, which we all hold in our minds and throughout our bodies. So to do this exercise, I'd like you all to just think of a colour that for you represents calmness and peacefulness. Just take a moment now to think of that colour and just note that for you. And then similarly, a colour for you that represents that stuff in the mind, a colour that represents the stress, the anxieties, things that you want to get rid of. And so when I ask you to breathe in during this guided meditation, just focus on your colour of calmness, breathing that in through the nose. And when we breathe out through the mouth, you focus on your colour of stress. And remember, we all can meditate. We're not expecting that Zen-like state of the monk on the mountaintop, because there is a lot of activity around us. We're not on that mountaintop. You can meditate. We're not looking for your mind to be empty of thoughts. Thoughts are not our enemy. We're not trying to empty the mind of thoughts. We're just looking to develop the capacity to recognize the thoughts, recognize that they're happening, but not get lost in them or get taken over by the drama of escalated thinking. So if you all now just make yourselves comfortable, I'm assuming everybody's in a sitting position. So just sit in the position that works best for you. Keep spines erect, but not stiff or rigid. And just relax into your chairs in whatever position works best for you, and hands just in your laps in an effortless, easy way. And very importantly, just give yourselves permission, use your own intention to give yourself permission just to let go and just relax and just to be. Entirely up to you whether you close your eyes or keep them open. But just to start us off, just bring your focus to the areas where we all tend to hold tension in the jaw. So just soften that area with your own intention now. Sink into the shoulders. We all hold too much tension into the shoulders without even realizing it. So just soften your shoulders. And that starts to allow us to become present. And because we do all so easily get lost in our thoughts, this is where we can really use our breath to bring ourselves back home to calmness and peacefulness. So notice your breath now. Just notice the natural rhythm as the breath rises and falls in our chest and stomach areas. And remembering now our colour of calmness. Breathing in slowly through the nose, that colour of calmness. And remembering the colour for our stress, releasing that now through the mouth. Once again, breathing in slowly through the nose, that colour of calmness. And breathing out through the mouth. One more time, breathing in slowly through the nose, that colour of calmness. And releasing stress, tensions through the mouth. And now just allowing your breathing to return to normal. But just know that if the mind starts to race, if those thoughts turn into thinking, we can come back to the anchor of our breath to refocus. And we're now just going to extend that release of tension using a body scan technique. And again, really simple, really straightforward. Just bring your attention to your toes and feet and ankles. And either using the breath or your intention, just soften those areas. You can even say to yourself, I am relaxing my toes, my feet, and my ankles. I'm moving up the legs. Just notice any tingling, any sensations, any heaviness in the legs, and allow those areas to soften. Again, saying I'm relaxing my legs, my calves, my shins, my thighs, the back of my legs are relaxed. And now moving up to the hips and the back, the lower back, the middle back, the upper back. Again, just noticing any held tensions there. Giving that same permission to soften, to relax. I'm relaxing my hips and my back. My hips and my body are relaxed. Now to the shoulders. Just bring your intention and your attention to the shoulders. Soften them even more. I'm relaxing my shoulders. My shoulders are relaxed. And then to the neck, the face and your head. Again, particular attention to the brow, to the eyes, to the jaw. Just noticing any remaining areas of tension. And letting that go. I'm relaxing my neck, my face, my jaw, my head. I am relaxed. And as we allow all of our body to be relaxed, if anything comes to our attention that needs softening or you can still feel held tension, just take your attention back to that area and allow it to soften, or use the breath to breathe out through that area to help release that tension. And if the mind begins to wander, don't worry, just call it back home with the breath. Now just check if there are any thoughts in your mind. And there probably will be. But imagine each one of those thoughts as bubbles, like soap bubbles, just floating past in front of you. And because we're giving ourselves permission to relax, to be calm, to be peaceful, those thoughts don't serve us right now. So as that bubble passes you by, just take your finger to each bubble and pop it. So as those thoughts come into the mind, allow them to float past in that bubble and just let that thought go by, popping the bubble. Allow the thought to enter and to leave. So we're acknowledging the thoughts, but we're not allowing them to take us into thinking. And as our body relaxes, our mind relaxes, we become mindful, we become present, and we can start to feel calm and peaceful. And now, start to bring your attention back to your surroundings, feeling the weight of your body in the chair, the air on your skin, focusing back on the sounds around you. Start to move fingers and toes. And if you've closed your eyes, a really lovely technique is to rub your hands together to create some warmth and pop those over your face and open your eyes in to that warmth and darkness. And then when you're ready, opening your eyes. And take a stretch. And very importantly, give yourself thanks for allowing yourself this time. So this was really just a short meditation. It's an introduction to mindfulness, but hopefully you've all got some benefit out of this session. You've allowed your bodies to relax, you've allowed your minds to calm, and it's giving you that incentive to go out there and look for more tools and techniques to continue this practice. It brings so much benefit and you are all absolutely worth it. So thank you for joining me. Stay safe, stay happy. Namaste.
Hello again. Thanks for joining us for this next session on leadership and organization. So leadership, organizational versus individual resilience. As I'm sure some of my colleagues have repeated throughout the day, we are all working from home. So please bear with us if a dog barks or a postman comes to the door. So I'm Matt Powell-Howard. I'm Head of Learning and Partnerships at Nebosh. And they do say never work with animals, children, or Ed Corbett, but I'm joined here today. Well, he's by a good mate of mine, actually. Ed and I have worked together for about the last 5 years, off and on. Hi, Ed. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi folks. So yeah, my name's Ed Corbett. I lead on human factors and organisational psychology at HSE in what we call science division, where we do a lot of the science and research. And yeah, worked with Matt quite a lot over the years, particularly on the leadership qualification that we do jointly between Nebosh and HSE. And yeah, I guess we're picking up on a topic which kind of emerges in some of the conversations and presentations, conferences that we go to. So hopefully this will be useful to people today.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. It really is ubiquitous, isn't it? People talking about resilience, individual resilience. There's a million training courses out there on individual resilience and actually not much on organizational resilience. So with this, it's going to be a fairly relaxed conversation, really, just talking about what works, what doesn't work, what's out there, what's available that people can maybe adopt and look to implement within your own organizations. So, quick agenda for you then, and I would say please keep the questions coming as we go through this session. We'd really like to hear what you've got to say. We've already captured some questions from social media. I went out there on LinkedIn and a few other platforms to say, hey, you got any questions for Ed and myself? More for Ed, I would say. This is where he's an expert. So I've just passed all responsibility over to you there, Ed. So please do keep your questions coming in. We'd love to hear from you. So we've done the welcome, we've done the introduction. We're going to cover what does resilience actually mean. We're going into organizational versus individual resilience and look at the differences that are available. And then really it's just going through some of the Q&A, some of the questions that have been sent through to us. There's only about 5 or 6 slides to go through, so please bear with me. So, definition of resilience then. Good old Oxford English Dictionary there, able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. And you'll see this coming through the other definitions. It's that sort of bounce back. You'll see it coming over around again and again. So the American Psychological Association there defines resilience as a process of adapting well in the face of adversity. So adaptation, bounce back, trauma, tragedy, threats, or even significant sources of stress. And that's what they feel individual resilience is. A protective factor, inoculating against the detrimental effect of future challenge, and the ability to bend but not break. I just thought this was quite nice. The ability to bend but not break, bounce back, and perhaps even grow in the face of adverse experiences. Or the one I really did like was this one from Timex, the ability to take a licking and keep on ticking. I know that's a bit cringy, I just enjoyed it. But maybe it's better to consider resilience as a process of adapting, learning, and then moving forward. Ed, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is perhaps one of the challenges we've got with resilience as a term, as something we talk about and we train on in organisations, is that there is such a variation in the definitions out there. I mean, if you take the word resilience itself, it does have that, I think it's a Latin origin of bouncing back, hence that sort of a frequently a part of the definition of resilience. So yeah, I think some of these definitions maybe distort that perspective of bouncing back. That maybe the Timex one is quite extreme, and maybe we'll come onto this in some of the later discussions and conversation. But it's perhaps some of that distortion that can create challenges for organisations. Because if we expect people to be, completely robust and tough and not sort of suffer from any kind of stressful conditions, then is that a realistic expectation that we can pick up on some of that as we progress through?
I really like the bit about individual resilience, about perhaps even grow from that experience, even if it's just to say, do you know what, I'm not going to accept this. This isn't for me. This isn't okay. And recognizing where your own professional boundaries are. And I think that is learned, isn't it? As you go through your career, what you would tolerate, early in your career to what you would, maybe we just get more sort of grouchy as we get older. I don't know, but certainly it's about, you know, putting your own professional boundaries in place. I think is part of this as well. But as you say, we'll maybe get into that a little bit more.
That's a really interesting one as well. I mean, we used to talk about, you know, some years ago about self-selection of certain jobs, and actually people would sort of come to that conclusion that actually this type of career, this type of job isn't really for me, and you would take that sort of personal choice to you know, look at a different career, a different type of career, or a different organisation. As well, so perhaps that's part of the decision making there as well.
Well, hold that thought in your head, Ed, because that is one of the questions we've had, and so we'll come back to that in a minute if we may. So why is the focus on resilience so prevalent? 2017, I know that seems a long time ago with everything we've been through with the pandemic, and I suppose 3 or 4 years ago in the great scheme of things, it is you know, it has been a bit of passage of time, but the Farmer Stevenson review was a really good piece of work. It was certainly impactful within the world of health, safety, occupational health, and it really did highlight the need for employers to actually engage with the mental health of their employees by providing more supportive workplace, and by providing those more supportive workplaces. The review also reported that there was multiple benefits from that, both at home, at work, and to the organization itself, in teaching or spending time with its employees to put over to them how to manage pressures and workplace demands. We know the statistics, and I'm sure my colleagues elsewhere on today's conference have covered some of these statistics, but it's worth reminding ourselves that certainly within Great Britain, where it's easier to collate the data, some 18 million working days were lost in 1920 due to work-related stress, depression, or anxiety. You know, stress is this non-medical term, but depression, anxiety, you know, this is serious. And some of it is work-related, some of it isn't, of course, but it all manifests itself in the workplace. You know, and I think that sometimes gets lost as well. So the main factors associated with the high rates of stress, and we could guess these, couldn't we? I don't think we'd need anybody to tell us these. We could guess these, I'm sure, but it's associated with tight deadlines, pressure to meet targets, be they financial or time, lack of control. I mean, this is classic stress management standards that HSE have had since about 2006. Lack of support, change, and role uncertainty. And you know, let's face it, we have had an awful lot of uncertainty over the last 18 months. The impact of the pandemic is yet to be fully realised. It's certainly yet to be realised in the stats that are available. And then this concept of presenteeism, you know, where we all keep turning up when we're not really well enough to be at work, but also this other scary term of leavism, where people are now taking time off work to catch up with the work that they haven't had time to complete whilst at work. I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? And then when I was thinking about this, and I thought, yeah, you know, I do emails. You know, even if it's just clearing out emails, so then I don't have to do them when I get to work. And okay, I'm choosing to do that rather than feeling the pressure on myself to do it. But still, you know, is it good for us not to have that clean break from work, that time away? And we will all have seen actually now that lots of organisations, and I think I'm right in saying this, that HSE do this, Ed, that after about 7 o'clock, you know, you don't send emails, you don't receive emails, your weekends, you know, or your weekends. There is this cleansing of people. Cleanse, that sounds very sinister. There's this sort of cleansing of your mind, so you do get that break from work before you return, hopefully refreshed on a Monday morning.
I actually noticed recently, Matt, as well, that I was about to send an email, and it was, I don't do it very often, but it was you know, maybe slightly after the normal working day, and the email account system said, oh, well, you seem to be sending this perhaps out of normal hours. Would you like to delay sending until 9 o'clock in the morning? So I thought it was interesting that there are software now is contributing to perhaps overcoming some of those challenges. Just to pick up on some of the data as well, I think maybe something that people might find interesting, and it's perhaps difficult to completely unpick as to the reasons behind that. But when I first joined HSE back in 2004, working on the management standards, I think stress cases were around a couple of 100,000.
Right.
And the last reporting year was about 800,000 cases. So there's quite a significant change in the numbers, and it still seems to be going in an upward trajectory. There might be many reasons for that. Maybe some of the stigmas sort of dropped away from that as well, and there's an increased ability for people to feel they can report that. But certainly it's an ongoing issue that we've not resolved yet.
Yeah, and is that a piece of work that HSC are looking into to see why there hasn't been that sort of dramatic spike, to say whether or not actually some of those stress issues were hidden within, I don't know, musculoskeletal data, or in somebody's claiming a bad back when actually they just can't get out of bed in the morning, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is certainly an element of comorbidity. I don't think there's any specific research to try and unpick that. It's complex because as workplaces have changed so much over the years as well. There's been an array of different types of interventions that have been brought in, so it's really hard to pinpoint the exact reasons for this increase over the years.
Yeah, get rid of email. Let's bring back typewriters and sending letters. I think some of the interventions that workplaces are looking to do now, just to keep people fresh, is really healthy. And one of my colleagues, I noticed, who works, I received an email from her. At the bottom of her email, it said very clearly when she works and when you can expect a response, at the bottom of the footer of her email. And I think it just really sets the tone. I thought it was very, very nice touch, actually. Yeah. So there are lots of models out there as to what personal resilience looks like. I really like this one from the British Psychological Society because it's based on evidence and it's based on research. And one of the problems with some of the personal resilience training that is out there, very often it isn't based on any modeling, it isn't based on any evidence-based research. It's, a consultancy has gone in and said, oh yeah, we can provide some resilience training for you. In a previous role, I received some and it was pretty ropey, in all honesty. So I really liked this model. And some of it, I don't think you would argue with. How you train and put that over to individuals, you can't realistically do it in a 3-hour session either. I don't know if you have a view on that, Ed. I mean, everyone's looking for a magic bullet, aren't they, when it comes to, I'm going to teach my people resilience, in a morning. You go, not really. No,
Yeah, that's it. I think it's probably something that that change is going to occur over a quite an extended period of time. And I think, you picked quite an evidence-based model here, but there are so many different models out there. Often they'll contain some of the same sorts of topic areas, but when you do look at the training that's out there for, particularly on the individual resilience side, there is a real, a myriad of different methods and approaches that are brought into play on that. And I think this is perhaps why some of the evaluation of effectiveness is so limited, because there are so many different types of training out there to improve people's resilience at that individual level. And it becomes quite difficult then to evaluate the impact of that when you're comparing apples and pears. When you look at some of the systematic reviews and meta-analyses, so analyses of lots of other studies, the evidence becomes sort of, or impact becomes quite low to sort of moderate on the impact there. So so many different approaches. Again, that does make it really difficult to evaluate the effectiveness and impact. But some of the topics that we've got here do seem quite consistent with a lot of those models out there.
Yeah, I mean, the one there that leaps out straight away is social connection. And in the light of how we've all been working over 18 months, and I think elsewhere on today's conference, Dee, Alexis and Maria are going to be talking about, or touching upon, about how we, keep teams on board, with remote working and agile working. And if they're not, social connection takes deliberate effort, doesn't it, with the way we're working at the moment. I know throughout certainly the pandemic, you and I were talking regularly through Teams, and you can still maintain and keep that social connection in lots of different ways. You don't all have to be in a physical workplace, but it is so important to sort of keep you up and keep you focused.
Yeah, and it's taking the effort in the modern, more remote working styles, and I guess that will start to drift more towards more and more hybrid working as we move forwards now. But it takes a different approach, and I think perhaps we've been a bit reluctant to fully recognise that we're in a different situation, and the social connections aren't quite the same. You don't just walk past someone's desk or bump into someone in a corridor and have a bit of a chat, but you can still recreate a lot of those moments, but it takes a slightly different approach and a different effort. So But yeah, I think you're right. That social connection element is a really, really critical one. Getting different perspectives, different thoughts, having that sort of just someone there to have a cathartic sort of conversation with and a chat through, get ideas, all that kind of stuff. So critical to getting us through stressful events.
Yeah, I mean, this model, this part of the wedge there around resilient thinking. You know, that as a statement is actually huge, isn't it? You know, you're actually trying to put those skills into people, or provide those skills, that skilled thinking to individuals, training them, teaching them how to do it. You know, it's going to come on to one of the questions in a minute as well, and I'll allude back to that. But that as a statement seems fairly, you know, okay, oh, that's good. Doing it is incredibly difficult, isn't it? You know, I'm sure we've all worked with a few sort of Eeyores in our time, and you know, and that's who they are, and God love them for it. But you know, it's going to be much more a challenge of those. And then we also have worked with people who, you know, they've got the cap on down the side of the head and they walk with a spring in the step, and you wish you could bottle some of that as well. But
yeah, I agree. I think that maybe one of the challenges also around is that particular chunk of the model on this occasion as well is how some of these things can get slightly distorted as well. So yeah, completely agree. When it comes to things like optimism, really important sort of attribute to have as well. And I think it's understanding what optimism is a key part of that as well. So I think it sometimes gets heavily confused with positivity, being a positive kind of person. To me, optimism is very much about, you know, if you're faced with some kind of challenge, it's recognizing there's a challenge there to be dealt with, and sort of, you know, getting those different perspectives to how you might overcome the challenge, and yeah, being optimistic that you can succeed and get through that. But you do sometimes see almost like an enforced positivity, where it's not okay to talk about problems and issues and surface those, and that can kind of suppress people's emotions and responses to challenging situations. So yeah, there's some famous professors out there who do promote this idea of what they call toxic positivity, that being overly positive all the time can actually be damaging to yourself as well, particularly on that emotional side and the emotional resilience. So it's making sure that as well that those who are training on this, that management and leadership in organizations actually understand this stuff if they're talking about it in that everyday context in their organizations.
Toxic positivity, incredible. I'll do some reading around that. I know what you mean though. Some people you just want to, you know, punch them in the face when they're coming over to you with their toxic positivity. And actually what people want is consistency, isn't it? That's what people are looking for, certainly within leaders. But we'll move on, if we may, to organizational resilience. So I think this is largely the last slide. I'll get one more after this. So again, this was a really, I like to go to well-researched models, and I would say to colleagues who are listening in, who are looking at maybe working with their HR functions, who are buying in resilience training for their colleagues, for their teams, for their staff, really asking what the program's based around, what it's evidenced against, is something that I would urge you to do. And certainly part of that can be experience, but it's always nice if you be able to hang something off it. So this is a really nice model, I felt, from the International Consortium of Organizational Resilience. So it's based on ISO 22316, which is Security and Resilience, Organization Resilience Principles and Attributes. And yes, I did just read that. So I think we recognize actually that each organization is unique. However, the work by the International Consortium of Organizational Resilience found that those organizations who were able to respond to change and uncertainty shared these key dimensions. So those dimensions being leadership strategy, culture and behaviors, and preparedness, managing risk. That then can be changed into or sort of hammered down into 9 types of strategies. So if we take leadership and strategy, for example, a shared vision, understands context, effective leaders, and that's certainly what we allude to within our joint Nebosh HSE certificate in health and safety leadership excellence. And then further, there's these 16 behaviors in the middle of the model there. And some of those 16 behaviors, I'm sure, not only can we see them on an organizational level, but recognize that they would be really good attributes in terms of individual resilience as well. Creativity. Somebody who's creative is a really good sign that they're thriving, actually. Being collaborative, this is where the joy of the workplace, certainly for me, really is most impactful. I love working with colleagues like Ed and other colleagues at HC, wider business when we're developing new products and services, and certainly my own colleagues who, I've never worked with a better bunch and more creative bunch in all my career. So certainly some of those factors in the middle there, some of those behaviors at an organizational level, I can see how they would be massively impactful on an individual level, and how we can identify them and start drawing them out during a recruitment process or a promotion campaign should be something that we really reflect on, in all honesty. Ed, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've had conversations previously about this as well. I think I do feel that the organisational resilience aspect is a really important one. I would argue perhaps more than the individual side. I do feel that there's in some organisations there's a drive to shift away that responsibility, if you like, for dealing with stresses and pressures of the work environment and so on, away from the organisation onto individuals, and it's sometimes seen as that sort of silver bullet, whereas I think the organisational approach is much more resilient, and it actually aligns quite well to the management standards. With the management standards, we refer to different intervention types, primary, secondary and tertiary type interventions. You could probably suggest that the resilience training and that kind of intervention is more of a secondary type intervention. The organizational approaches would fit more to a primary level intervention, something that's much more robust. If we compare it to the hierarchy of controls, we're talking something that's a much more robust type of control. So I do think this approach is it's better. It's going to have a more influence over people's stresses in the workplace rather than shifting that burden onto individuals. So I do think these are valuable. I think the definitions are quite variable, again, as with individual resilience, and we also get other terminology creeping in, things like resilience engineering as well start to creep in there. That's right. Maybe something we can pick up on. So people like Eric Harnack will pick up on safety 2, for example. And I think that the definitions there are more related to ability to succeed under varying conditions, which is perhaps slightly different to this sort of bounce back idea that we have with individual resilience. But I also like the fact that the organizational approach is perhaps less focused on this toughness. So with some of the definitions around individual
mental toughness, it's
so
all very negative, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I feel it's kind of taken us down the pathway of shifting the sort of burden onto individuals, that they have to be tough, they have to be robust, they have to be like a tank. You're not affected by the pressures and stresses around you, and I think that's perhaps quite damaging. You're starting to see now that some of those terms are creeping into things like job adverts and job statements and those kind of things, and that is a little bit worrying. And I wonder how it fits with things like diversity and inclusion. We have a big agenda to increase that in organizations, rightly so, and it fits into the organizational resilience model that you've got here. We talk about bringing your true self to work and these kind of things, but then we have these contradictions as to you've got to be tough, you've got to be, almost back to, you've got to be macho again, and these kind of phrases, which I think creates quite a big conflict. So yeah, I guess to summarize that, I think this kind of approach is much more robust, much more effective.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that, Ed. I didn't realize it was creeping into some job descriptions now, and if it is, that's a shame, because actually, even if somebody is struggling, the workplace can be the best place for them, can't it? Work is good for us if it's good work. We know that. That's something that we all talk about all day long, every day. But I'm sure many of us have also had times within our careers when we've just said, I'm creaking here. This is unreasonable what's being expected of me.
And some of the things you've got in the model here sort of contribute to creating that good work environment. Definitely.
Yeah. So this was just a really nice. This is the last slide, and I would say, I think every quote is attributed to Mark Twain, actually. So I'm not sure if this is a Mark Twain quote for sure, but I just really like the slide. I hope it is. To succeed in life, you need 2 things: ignorance and confidence. Now, that obviously isn't true, but you can see the humour behind it. And obviously Mark was a genius in his own way. So I would ask colleagues who are listening, please keep those questions coming. We've had some really good questions through, and I've just been sort of capturing some of them on the bottom of the screen here. So please do keep them coming through. But the first question I've got, Ed, for you is, can everybody do everything? I mean, that was part of what we've all been told over the last 20 years. You know, I don't have any of those sort of attributes that are there, or any of those attributes that are there. I have some of them, of course, you know, but can I still be, you know, a salesperson with huge and aggressive targets? You know,
yeah,
why not? Why can't I be? Can I be?
I think perhaps, I mean, you can give anything a go, can't you? It's whether you're going to really, really thrive and succeed at it. And I mean, I would always suggest thinking about, you know, what do you enjoy doing? What are you good at? And sort of focusing on some of those a little bit more. I think you're right, going back to your previous comment that maybe over the last sort of 10, 20 years, there's a push for anyone can do anything, you know, and you just need to practice at it. And I would perhaps suggest maybe that's not always a good thing. You do get, you know, the old sort of square peg round hole. You know, can we really make better use of what people are genuinely good at? And will they enjoy that more if they do that as well? So yeah, you know, if you've got sort of tough targets, high pressures in relation to those targets at work, and that's not really you, perhaps that's not the sort of best job fit, and perhaps there's other things you'd be good at. So I do think in many workplaces, there's that honesty with yourself and honesty with management and others that you work with around actually what am I really good at, and actually can I focus more on doing that rather than trying to be an all-rounder or to be trying to specialize in something that you're maybe not going to be that strong at. And there's also, I think, some other pushes, other factors that come into play here as well when it comes to things like leadership. You know, we discussed leadership quite a lot. I think there's often a big drive for people to want to be leaders. You know, it's seen as in modern society quite prestigious to be a leader, but some people perhaps don't have the right mix of skills, whether that be sort of technical competencies or some of the softer skills that we might brand them. I would say softer skills is not really the right term for that, but if we don't have those, should people still be pushing to try to be a leader, a CEO, a senior executive, purely because they want the sort of prestige that goes along with that role?
Yeah, Ed, I'm just going to move you up to the top of my screen here because I'm mindful that I'm just staring down at the bottom of my laptop. So Ed, you and I was last week, we were at a conference together and we were talking about leadership excellence, health and safety leadership excellence. And something that goes back to that organizational resilience model was the thing that we discussed around, do we ever ask leadership teams who were looking to recruit, to bring into an organization, do we ever ask them, well, what do you think about health and safety? What do you think about, we might ask, you know, how do you get people to hit their sales targets? We might ask, you know, how do you bring the best out of your teams, you know, whatever. But we don't tend to ask them what their thoughts are on some of those issues or some of those attributes that we think are, or not we think, that the evidence suggests is important to building organizational resilience. Would that be a good thing? I assume it would be, you know.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, you're right. I think there are certainly some different questions we can bring to the table. I think one of the dangers, I mean, so many organizations rely really heavily on interviews as a way of selecting senior management particularly. Sometimes they might throw in a few psychometrics, but even the use of those can sometimes be quite questionable in the way they're applied. The real challenge, I would say, around throwing those questions, one, it will give you, I guess, a different perspective. You're trying to tap into values, aren't you? You want to understand what's driving this person. Are they passionate about this stuff, or is it more lip service that they're paying to?
Yeah, 100%.
And the challenge there is, are you going to get to the sort of core of what people really think, or are they going to tell you what you think you want to hear? You know, are they going to say, oh yeah, I think health and safety is really important, I'm really passionate about it? You're probably going to get into the realms of that kind of conversation potentially. And I think it was a famous American psychologist who picked up on the point that sometimes recruitment processes, particularly for senior leadership, he branded them as a beauty contest. You know, you say and do the right things and you can get through it's not necessarily that you have the right competencies, the right skills, the right attributes, and so on. You're just able to navigate the selection processes. So I think there's an argument that we need to get a little bit better at the way we recruit some of those senior posts in organisations.
So that leads us really into this first question that we've had today, is how can teams be developed? As I think this is a sort of a manager, how can teams be developed to be more resilient?
Yeah, I think there's probably quite a few points. If you want to, I think you're able to skip back a few slides, but on your organisational slide here, this one, I think there's a lot of lessons that can be drawn out of this model. I mean, at the very top there, having that clear vision, the mission and goals that you're trying to achieve, absolutely critical. You know, you've got to be knowing the direction you're going in and the direction the team's going in, and are your values aligned to that as well? That's all going to be really important stuff. Some of the stuff you've already picked up on about connections in the workplace, those social connections and those bonds that we have, things like sharing information. I mean, that's something that's depending on the culture in the organization, sometimes that sort of how information is treated, sometimes it's sort of you know, the old knowledge is power. People hold on to that and they don't share it, they don't pass it on to the right people. So those kind of things really critical. The managing of change, again, that ties nicely back to the management standards for work-related stress. Well, how is that process managed? Do we get people on board? Do we get their views? So I guess in many ways, Matt, there's a lot of stuff that isn't that groundbreaking. It's just that in day-to-day work, particularly with leaders and managers, they can get so focused on other aspects of their job that maybe we forget some of these old school fundamentals of speaking to our teams, making them feel included, respected.
It'll never catch on, Ed. It'll never catch on. But isn't it, that's really good news for the people who are listening today, our colleagues listening today. It doesn't have to be, you know, bringing in some very, very expensive consultant. Actually, it just takes some deliberate care, looking across the piece, looking at the demands if they're reasonable, looking at the models that are already available, well researched, informed. I mean, we've mentioned now probably 3 or 4 times about the management standards that HSE. I think they've been around since about 2006.
I think
does that sound about right?
I think they were launched.
And I presented on these not long ago, and actually, again, colleagues from the stationery office who do lots of HC's publications were presenting on a new model they have for the management standards at a conference recently, and everyone was busy scribbling these down and saying, "Oh, they sound like a good idea," you know. And you think, "Come on, guys, you know about this. These are available. They're a resource. They're tried. They're tested, and they do work." And more importantly, as you've said, it's not earth-shattering stuff either, is it? And I was talking to one of the policy leads on the management of stress within HSE actually, and he said actually within their teams what they do is they bring, I think, is there about six different factors, dimensions within, is it 6, something like that, and they sit down as a team and they just have that in front of them and they go, go on then, right, let's look at demands. How's everybody doing? How much work has everybody got? Is everybody coping well? How's the relationships? We all getting on, you know, and they have that very quick conversation and they almost use it just as a little prompt in a meeting. You know, that takes no time at all. And actually it can really start to flag some of those issues. And I thought, oh, what a nice little tool that is, you know. And yeah, there's obviously the much bigger piece that you can do around the management standards. But I just think, you know, there are small interventions that can be adopted.
Yeah, definitely. I'd certainly advocate that, using those kind of tools at a team level like that, having those conversations. There's also that element of how you then perhaps extract and feedback some of the deeper organizational issues as well. So just in that example there, if you're discussing things like work demands, one of the points I made earlier on is this, you know, we live in a culture nowadays where it sort of seems to be do more with less. There's almost this promise of alchemy that we're going to achieve things with fewer and fewer resources all the time. And linking into some of the organizational resilience aspects here, something that is really critical is having that, I guess, forward look, the succession planning within organizations. And with data that we collect on things like leaving rates, intention to leave, and all that kind of stuff, we can really pick up on some of the challenges we might be facing. You know, in many sectors, we see that there are aging workforces. You know, are we looking at those issues now and making sure that, you know, in a year, a couple of years' time, 5 years' time, we're going to have the right level of resource, the right level of competency, composition within the organization? Because if we're not looking at those things now and sort of predicting and forecasting and doing stuff at this point in time, those things are just going to appear as problems in the future. Right. So issues like workload demands might just appear because we've not considered making sure we've got the processes in place. In fact, when I used to work in the offshore industry, I worked with an offshore installation manager. And he used to lose a lot of personnel to other offshore assets. So one of his philosophies I really love, he used to talk about healthy fat in the organization.
Healthy
fat. But what he meant by that was having basically a succession planning process. He was constantly looking at how can I make sure that you know, we've got people coming through, that we're sharing and exchanging that knowledge and experience, so that when he was losing personnel from his asset to another asset, he'd got people coming through continuously. So, you know, really tuned into that succession planning. So things like excessive demands and so on, that, you know, they might have still been present to some extent, but that was being proactively looked at and managed as well as possible. So there are some good examples from industry, I think, like that. I'm not sure healthy fat's the best way of framing it. But I quite like that.
But it's, you know, absolutely. I think, I think it's a really fun term, and it sticks in your head, doesn't it? You know, and that leads on to all the questions just been asked, actually, Ed, around what does it I mean, you spend a lot of time going into organizations with your consultancy hat on through health and safety executive science division. I'm sure you see, you know, I'm sure people don't call you in to tell them how great things are, but when you've been to an organization has great resilience, that looks good, really tangible, you know, can you feel that when you're there? Is it obvious compared to those organizations that may be struggling?
Yeah, I think perhaps that does echo and emphasize some of the conversation we've had about the focus on organizational resilience. That I think the organizations that look healthier from that point of view are those that invest in things like succession planning. They are perhaps better at things like managing change. They are perhaps a bit more forward thinking when it comes to risk management. You know, they are looking for a little bit like the high reliability organization stuff that we sometimes talk about. They are proactively thinking about, you know, what sort of things could go wrong. You know, are we doing enough about that? Do we have enough in way of emergency plans to deal with any sort of situations that might arise? So yeah, those kind of things are more present. Communication flows much more freely between individuals and team members. You know, people get that when they need it. Things like vision and strategy are clearer and all that kind of stuff. And also, I mean, it's probably a bit rarer, but things like organizational values that actually they are part of the organization, that you know, they're not just we've got this on our website and it's for our stakeholders to look at and think, oh, that looks great. But they actually are lived by the organization, you know, that people really treat those as something that they have to bring to life daily in their work. I think all those things can contribute to that. And maybe one thing that I haven't mentioned, but I've just noticed, and on your the model that you brought up here again as well, is this element of diversity, really respecting and appreciating diversity. I think sometimes there's lip service paid to diversity and inclusion, but I think the downside, if you don't get that right, you end up with sort of groupthink and other biases in that sort of board level teams. But genuinely valuing different perspectives, even if you might find that a little bit difficult to digest, you know, that's really key. And I think some of the better organizations I've seen, that challenge can take place. You say, oh no, I disagree with you for these reasons, and you can have a healthy conversation about that.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting what you're saying about values. I think all too often people think values are almost goals, and actually value is part of you, isn't it? And actually those organizations who really do invest in them, rather than it just being a poster on the wall, there are massive benefits to that, aren't there? You know, it's not something that should just be done by a consultancy going in. It needs to be developed and informed by what the workforce feel, need, direction of the business, that sort of thing.
Definitely. People feel quite conflicted if you put on a poster that these are our values, and then you start work and actually you find that's a load of rubbish, and that's, you know, you can forget about that straight away. Then that's actually quite stressful for individuals as well, and teams as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it makes it a mockery rather than something which is which is core and essential, doesn't it?
Definitely.
So you mentioned something earlier around resilience engineering, this sort of safety 2 type focus. Is that something you can expand upon at all, Ed? I thought it was a really nice term.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's certainly not something I'm an expert on, but a lot of it flows from some of the sort of leading lights in that sort of area, people like Eric Harnagel. And I think the definition that's often picked up is this ability to succeed under varying conditions. And again, there are going to be lots of things that you've got in this particular model which pick up on some of that around risk management, being proactive and so on. I guess maybe one of the things that isn't included here, which Eric has unsurprisingly would pick up on, is not only can you learn from what goes wrong in an organization, but also what can you learn about what goes right, what goes well. And sometimes the conditions between good outcomes and bad outcomes are almost identical. There might be a very subtle change in context and so on. What can we learn from all this variation in work, regardless if there's purely a bad outcome as well. So I think incorporating some of that in, it still seems a little bit maybe too advanced for a lot of organizations. We've worked on the investigation qualification as well, Matt, and there are still so many organizations that struggle with what you might frame as safety 1 incident investigations. So to move to looking at what goes well and how people adapt in uncertain, complex conditions is perhaps for many organizations a little bit of a step too far at the moment.
Yeah, and we're taking that sort of safety 2 thinking. Do you find, is it possible in your experience, and I assume the answer is yes, but I should never assume, that it's possible to have resilience bubbles within an organization where you've got some teams who are absolutely thriving and then others who are struggling culturally?
Yeah, I think that's really fair to say. I think there's in larger organizations as well. You're also aware over the years I've been involved in various bits of work on culture in organizations, and I think you always tend to find that there's not an organizational culture, but you see pockets of different cultures at different what you might call maturity levels. So I think that's probably right as well, that in relation to things like resilience in organizations and just the general feel and culture within teams in organizations, that can be very different from team to team. And probably a lot of that will stem to the leader of those teams and the interactions they have with those teams, and the sort of values and culture and so on, attitudes that are embedded within the people in those teams as well.
Yeah, it's the point we come back to time and time again, isn't it, that people are still being promoted for their technical ability rather than, well, technical ability is of course essential, important, we're not undermining that in any way, but they also need other attributes as well in order to benefit their team. So I'm mindful of time. I think we've got about 2 minutes left. So Ed, just one final question in terms of organizational resilience, individual resilience. Is the role of the safety practitioner then to engage much more readily with HR functions to I know they're already a fairly thinly spread resource anyway, but where they can be most impactful, is it getting involved in recruitment processes, is encouraging this sort of early selection of health and safety leaders? Is that where they can be most impactful? Or?
Yeah, I'd certainly advocate some of that there's maybe greater collaboration between those, the health and safety practitioners, the HR teams. I would advocate, as we've talked about already, this sort of focus perhaps a little bit more on the organizational side as well, but also to think about if any organizations are embarking on looking at individual level resilience development and training and those kind of interventions. I mean, I certainly wouldn't argue against that. I'm sure it contributes some degree of value, but I would encourage organizations, whether they be HR practitioners or health and safety practitioners, to think about what problem are you trying to solve with that intervention? What are you aiming to get out of that as an organization? Are you just expecting to be tougher and cope more with the issues that are thrown at them? Are you expecting better well-being of individuals? Are you expecting to see sickness absence reduce? I think a lot of organizations do interventions, not just resilience, but all sorts of other interventions, without really thinking about what they want to get out of it. And then they don't evaluate it either as well, because they don't even know what they're trying to get out of it as well. So I would say, think about why are you thinking about applying that intervention? What do you want to get out of it? And actually, are you going to invest a little bit in evaluating it to see if you're getting that return out of it as well?
Brilliant. Thanks, Ed. We're going to have to end it there. That was, Ed, I love working with you. You know I do. I always get a lot out of our conversations. Thanks ever so much for taking the time for joining us today on our first digital conference. And I hope to see you again in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. It's been good again. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this session on Make Your Career Future Ready, Essential Skills for Health and Safety Professionals. To discuss this really important area, I'm delighted to welcome James, Jeanette and Roy to share their wealth of knowledge and experience with us. Welcome everyone. James is a director at Owen & Colton, a UK leading specialist health, safety and environmental recruitment company, and has recruited, studied, worked and volunteered within health and safety and sustainability for over a decade. Jeanette is a lecturer at the Faculty of Occupational Health and Safety Management at the School of Business, National Louis University, Poland, and founder of HSE Academy and Risk Management School in Poland and Ukraine. Roy is Senior HSE Supervisor in an oil and gas support services company in Dubai and co-founder and former president of Filipino International League of Safety Advocates, a non-profit organisation focusing on the enhancement of competency levels of fellow Filipino safety practitioners. So we're in really good hands here to get some really good advice and guidance from our expert panel. And as we do that, if participants could remember, you've got your Q&A button if you'd like to ask a question or you have a point to share with us today. So as we all know, the past 18 months presented a multitude of challenges, but also, I believe, opportunities for health and safety professionals. And as our panel share views from around the world, we'll be giving guidance to you all on not only how to survive those challenges, but also thrive by using those opportunities. So James, if I could ask you to start us off, what do you think are some of the key challenges that the pandemic presented 18 months ago and continues to present for us?
Thanks. So, some big challenges felt across the globe, particularly from a job and employment standpoint in the last 18 months since the pandemic. So, clearly, you've got huge job losses in certain industries, particularly were very badly impacted, and overall uncertainty across the globe was a huge challenge. I think specifically within health and safety, it was an extremely busy time, particularly at the start of the pandemic, when guidance was changing almost daily, very high pressure, a dynamic environment in which senior leaders were operating. And overlaid with that, in the UK, especially the furlough scheme was introduced, which saw huge swathes of health and safety professionals go on furlough, and health safety leaders having to create and implement solutions, often with no team, which was a huge challenge, and put some really big stresses on the senior leaders.
Jeanette, would you like to add anything to that on the challenges?
Yes, fully agree with James. I think it's been a challenging year for everyone, especially for health and safety professionals. And I think because O stands for health and safety, it was time where we had to really integrate health into the risk management processes more than ever before. Because for so many years, the expectations, if it comes to the health and safety professionals, was about technical health and safety, but now we had to think about health crisis management. We had to cooperate on the multiple levels, and sometimes it wasn't only about the context of the organization. We had to go wider. We had to consider the context of the organization on the national level, because we had to face multiple changes within the legal requirements. And from that perspective, I think it was challenging because we had to re-evaluate our competencies, re-evaluate the expectations from our clients, from our workforce, from our colleagues. And maybe it was a chance for us to have a better conversation, to have a better platform to understand our needs, and to see how the pandemics verified the level of leadership, the type of leadership, how we managed to get through the crisis. So fully agree with James, and I think the problems and challenges, they were different, but at the same time so unique. and so individual from country to country, from company to organizations.
Thank you. Roy, over to you to get your view.
Yeah, speaking on the perspective of this particular region where I'm currently employed with, knowing that most of the workers here in the Middle East, specifically in UAE, are relying on the basis of having a work permit and residence visa. So one of the main challenges during the pandemic was the security of work, the job security as well. I mean, one of the main drawbacks of this pandemic was exactly and it's still up to now, it's happening, about the redundancies and the terminations that are happening left and right. Just recently, it's good that we came to know that UAE has promulgated a policy now that whoever has been redundant or terminated can extend up till 180 days here in UAE without any penalties, but which helps a lot to those who are jobless, so that there will be no pressure for them to look for a job, and at the same time, there will be no forced acceptance of any offers that are being given because of the limited number of days that are actually being given to the employees or the applicants to accept the offer. So, well, that is one of the major things, considering the fact that we are staying here only on the mercy of having a residence visa because of the work permit. Another challenge you can say that we have experienced here in the Middle East and is that because of the dynamic nature of the pandemic, wherein during the peak period of the pandemic, policies from the national government down to the local government are changing, not even a day, but minutes. So companies, especially in the top management level, are helpless also on what they need to do. And they normally seek the help or the expertise of the health and safety professionals who are also caught unaware and not prepared with the situation. So due to that, they happen to have unclear roles and responsibilities. Some of the things that are not supposed to do by the health and safety professionals are being given because they don't know exactly what to do and what to look for. So those dynamic changes have affected tremendously the health and safety professionals here because of severe multitasking and resulting to distress because either the top management accepts or rejects the job that they are doing. Because if there is no clear roles and responsibilities, then the expectations will also not be clear. And second thing, because as time passes by, if this continuously being done, then there is a principle of distress and burnout also on the part of the employees. Apparently because, I mean, even machines need to have a relaxation period, and especially for human beings. So these are the main challenges that we have experienced here. Working as an expatriate is a very big issue here because you don't have any choice. If you were, for example, being given an offer, you need to be reduced for half or 20% of your salary. It's like accepting an offer which you don't have any choice at all, just to stay afloat here while the pandemic is going on. So those are the main challenges that we experience here.
Thank you. There's a question that I think has some relevance to what you've all been saying there about the dynamic nature and the pace of change. And it's around professionals having to expand the skill set. And I think you've all touched on that. So, you know, the participant here is talking about having to engage in changing cultures and also as people start to return into workspaces, they're having to be involved in policies like hybrid working and agile working. Do any of you had any experience or views on that? Jeanette, can I come to you on that one first?
Yes, that's actually a continuation of what Roy had experienced in his region. I think the dynamics and all those changes, they were changing as well. So in the beginning, what we call it, I think, uncertainty, because we didn't know anything about the COVID itself. So we're trying to cope and utilize the crisis management. So in the beginning, it was more about home working, homeschooling, and all the challenges and burden that was on the top management, the way the companies were managing, the way the families were managing the workload and homework balance. But then we moved to another stage, I think, of the COVID, when we went to the hybrid, but from uncertainty, we went into the more risk management. And we had a better understanding what we're dealing with, and we started implementing those preventive actions. And I think there is another stage where we had to implement the requirements, preventive natures, preventive activities, corrective actions, we started doing all the training. And the way of training changes. We went into more technology, trying to use Teams, Zoom meetings. Then we mentioned about the social distancing, not physical distances, so mental health issues, the workload, and we again experienced different type of problems where we lost that balance between the workload and the home working. And then we came to the last stage, and I don't know, we're still in that stage where we're talking about from hybrid, we're going back to work. And then again, completely different dynamics, completely different challenges. And today we're dealing about how much we're ready to be back to work, how much we're ready to implement on work, at work requirements and the preventive actions. So as we can see, those challenges, they were moving the same way as COVID was challenging us. We were challenging ourselves. And the same applies to the health and safety professionals, because the expectations were not only to deal with physical and mental health, but at the same time participate at the board level in the crisis management, in apply maybe behavioral changes. We lost at some point what are the expectations from health and safety professionals, because in one day we had to cooperate, and we are still cooperating with HR, with the medical department, and with external organizations, with legal department. From other side, I think we're slowly coming to the topic of opportunities and chances we gained during COVID. So I'll stop here, and maybe James can share some of his experiences, maybe some points.
Jeanette, thank you. James.
There was a great summary, Jeanette, and I'd echo a huge amount of that. And I guess what we saw in the UK initially, I guess one of the upsides of the lockdown was people no longer having to, a lot of people not having to commute, and London not having to see themselves on a tube for an hour and a half a day. And I guess it was one of the few benefits and positives. But interesting what we're seeing now in the employment market in the UK, both for health safety professionals and those that they're responsible for, is that there seems to be a bit of an undercurrent now of look, working from home's great, and that kind of environment's great, but also people really miss that personal contact, and it's been 18 plus months now since people have been working by themselves from home, and I think there's a real push now to find that balance and find that mix across businesses. I think from organisations as well, there's a real understanding that people are missing that what they're calling the water cooler moment, and I think this is true for so many up and coming health and safety professionals, where I guess it was never really formally recognised the amount of training and learning and development that doesn't happen in a structured environment, and actually happens from people simply watching others in the work environment, particularly the graduates, so the very new people into a health and safety role. How do they learn how to do their job from home? And indeed we placed people in fairly new positions, and they started those roles from home. And some of the organisations that I work with, really went over and above to really do everything they could, because they simply couldn't bring those people into the office, and so they did everything they could to make those people feel part of the team, to upskill them. But still, it's that informal learning that they've really recognised has been a missing component, in addition to that personal contact. So it'll be interesting to see where we go back to. I can't envision a time where we're going to go back to what we were like before, but indeed I think it's a push from the space to then find a hybrid model.
Yeah, James, thank you. I mean, there's all this talk now about the new normal, isn't it? But not much detail around that. Yeah, I mean, we introduced the sessions about the challenges of the pandemic, but, you know, I hear this across so many sectors and professions, that actually a really dreadful situation has brought some positives and some opportunities. So, Roy, would you like to lead on that? What do you feel are the opportunities that have been presented to the health and safety profession?
I think it's better if I will share my own experience with regards to this opportunity, knowing that my position in the organization doesn't require to have some kind of decision making. But I was given an opportunity during the time to be part of the crisis management team. It was outside of my comfort zone, apparently, because, as I said, it's not actually my bread and butter as far as the organization is concerned. But I can say it's a forced job for me to assist the top management in developing the business contingency plan and how to go about the rapid changes of this dynamic changes in the pandemic. So although I personally said to the management that I don't have any training as far as business contingency plan development is concerned, but the management took chance for me to be part of the crisis management team, hoping that they could be able to generate something out from my perspective. So that's one of those influences that I was able to give to the top management, although not necessarily in the usual case that I have that opportunity to deal with the top management. So that is one of the classic example that how I was able to be visible as far as the eyes of the top management, because most of the time senior managers or managers are only the ones that are involved in the decision making and planning of these aspects. But I was given an opportunity. So I can say that on the other side, pandemic gave me an opportunity which is beyond the usual, which is unusual really. A pandemic is unusual, but something that I could not be able to gain, or probably in my lifetime, being in this position if I am in the different organization. So I can say that is one of the benefits, if we can say benefit, of having this pandemic. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So widening that skill set, as Jeanette was referring to earlier. Jeanette, do you want to add anything to that on the opportunities from your point of view?
I don't know, maybe because of my positive nature of myself, trying to see the chances and opportunities everywhere. But to summarize, from my perspective, I look at the opportunities and I have two major categories. The first category is more about skill sets. Today, we're more globally connected than ever before. And I think this is very important to understand that today we're talking about opportunities for any, even beginner, someone who just starts his career in health and safety. It's more about networking opportunities. It's about mentoring, access to the professional training online and courses that never was before, because all the companies, whenever we were talking about online training, say, no, we want a face-to-face. But now they say that it's okay, and the quality might be even close and sometimes even better. We're talking about access to information, materials, support from different groups and organizations, whether at the national level, for example, raising campaign in Central and Eastern Europe, like Ukraine, Poland, best practices, live events, shows, different organization, ability to directly ask questions and get instant answers from the world leaders and experts in health and safety in different mentoring opportunity. That's a category number one. And the second one, I think today, health and safety professionals, they have a bigger say at the board level. I think today we're talking about integration of health and safety issues into the business decision. It becomes more apparent. We're talking that complexity and understanding the needs of organization. Today, we do have an influence of that. Health and safety professionals today, we have ability to articulate health and safety on the commercial terms. Of course, as well as the other usual moral, ethical, and financial arguments. Just because of pandemics, I think that today health and safety professionals, they have their voices heard at the board level, and that's another opportunity. So, and I think we have to use this opportunity to develop our skills and to cooperate and work together with our management. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard that from a lot of people in the profession, that there is this newfound or greater respect for the profession, and that's a great example of that being integrated into the board level conversations. James, have you any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd echo exactly what Jeanette said. Particularly at the start of the pandemic, health safety had a voice within organisations that it didn't have previously in many instances. They were able to have exposure across huge organisations and the ability to drive solutions, and that exposure doesn't suddenly go away. It's something that those personal connections, as well as something that I've heard from clients and candidates, have, although of course they've started off as a focus on the pandemic, but they've been able to use those also when creating solutions around the safety agenda, and so it's pushing the whole agenda forward. In many instances as well, although obviously, unfortunately, there's been a huge number of job losses. There's been the ability for some in the profession to gain new resources that perhaps they didn't have before, and that may include growing teams. So recruitment, the recruitment market, and particularly in the UK at the moment, is extremely busy for health safety professionals. We've also seen some given additional budget to invest in technology and technology solutions that perhaps they didn't have before, and that again is helping to drive the agenda. I think that one of the biggest opportunities as well is something that Jeanette touched on. The world is so interlinked now, and this pandemic, if anything, really brought together a number of health and safety professionals, both on a local, global level, to share ideas and information on how to combat the pandemic. So really some really big opportunities here in what has been a really difficult time.
Yeah, thank you. There's a few questions in around that, and one, I think it really links, Jeanette, to your really powerful statement there about we're more globally connected than ever before. I mean, this absolutely touched all corners of the world. A question here is, what are the key lessons from the pandemic, and are we doing enough to share best practice?
The key lesson, I keep saying that sometimes I hear that pandemic impacted the safety culture, or it's improved the safety culture, or deteriorated, which I believe that pandemics, the key lesson that it's verified our leadership style, verified how strong and resilient the organization and leaders are. It did verify how strong we are, how united, how robust our health and safety management system, how robust and how genuine and caring and servant our leaders and our managers. And I think that what happened that during pandemic, the key lesson is actually when you analyze now what's happening, that the moment when we can look back for a year ago, 12 months, and analyze your strength, analyze your chances, and analyze your gaps within your management system and within your safety culture, understanding, and it's going to be different from organization to organization. Obviously, we might think that we can categorize them into mental health, psychological safety, leadership, talking about motivation, awareness, crisis management. But I think if it comes to the gaps and lessons, it's going to be individual from company to company.
I think so many learnings out so far from what's happened the past 18 months. I guess a huge one huge part that we hear in particularly in the UK, where there's a huge drive to really focus on the health agenda, is that traditionally people have shouted safety but whispered health in organisations, a health safety agenda, and this has obviously given a balance to that equation, perhaps in some regards. I think as well, one thing that's really shone out is the ability for organisations to change and adapt at speed, at a speed that nobody would have ever imagined possible. Pre this crisis. I mean, simply look at what we go back to. People picking up and working from home. You never would have thought that was possible for organisations to exist. And then why not? And perhaps that opens the door, the opportunity for some real innovation to come. And if people start asking that question, why not, rather than why, then perhaps that's a real something, again, a real positive to come out of this.
Yeah, thank you. And again, that seems to be a really common theme, that the restrictions of the pandemic and all the challenges have actually born creativity and innovation and motivation, some real positives. Building on that, there's a question here. What advice do you have for your fellow professionals? And there's another question that links into that, is, has the skill set of the health and safety professional changed? And what advice do you give today's health and safety professionals? How do they get their head around all these changes and all these new skills? Jeanette, to you.
Yeah, I believe that, and now we're talking about health and safety professionals and their future needs and expectations are growing and growing all the time. And today, I think we have to make sure that, first of all, my advice will be incorporate and looking into the future. Today, health and safety is not a standalone department, or never was, but today even more, it's not a standalone people or department who is dealing with health and safety. We need to think that health and safety is more professionals, is about understanding the needs of equality, inclusion, diversion, talking about being part of sustainability programs, resilience, working toward the sustainable development. Human capital, another thing that I'm looking for, is being engaged, recommending, encouraging policies and implementing social and welfare activities. Talking about internal, external stakeholders, talking about psychological safety, more skills and experience with regards to mental health, understanding how mental health will become a part of the occupational health programs, understanding the stress, anxiety, post-traumatic disorders. All those new skills will be required, and those skills will have to be part of the risk management skills, which are core and one of the core skills of any health and safety professional, and communication skills, ability to talk to anyone, trying to get a persuasive ability to engage, motivate, recognize, initiate, create. So today it's not only about prevention. I think the future of health and safety professionals is about prediction, ability to analyze the data and have those technical competencies in combination with the behavioral competencies, with the core values, understanding the mental health issues, psychological safety. And all together, we need to work toward the continuous improvement within the sustainable development and resilience. I think that's a set of new skills sometimes overlooked by health and safety professionals.
Perfect, thank you. Roy, your thoughts around this?
I think more than anything else, I think as a health and safety professional, communication skills is very important. Although technologies are already in place due to remote working, But personal interaction is totally different from the remote working, especially if there are some cases wherein you need to send messages via text messaging. The different cultures, different personalities may have different perspectives and understanding on the same message that you are going to send. So communication skills is very important, especially nowadays that reports are being sent left and right, presentations needs to be done. So it should be clear from the start so that it will be clear what messages you want to convey. Another thing is that, of course, being resilient as part of these changes, you need to be more adaptable and flexible because you don't know. Now, it seems like, for example, here in Dubai, everything starting to goes back to normal. But we even don't know whether the pandemic has already waned off or it's just, a sleeping dragon again, that again, something will happen for the next wave. So we need to understand the dynamics so that we can, like what Janet said, we need to know how to forecast things because like what you said, this is a VUCA world, okay? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So these things needs to be part of the skill set of any health and safety professional. And normally when we consider lessons learned, normally we connote that to something that has failed, a project that you have failed to achieve. But we fail to realize that there are also lessons that we need to consider for those successes, because so that we can carry over to the next project, so that in future, less mistakes will happen considering the situation right now. And last but not the least, I think one of the major things that a health and safety professional should have is that we are already experts in risk assessment and risk management, but we haven't realized the importance of opportunities. So we did not consider opportunity assessment. How, if in case something goes wrong or the volatility or the ambiguousness happens and your job, as far as our job security here is concerned, what is your chance to be getting hired, or what skill set or knowledge do you have right now? Why the organization still keeps you in the organization? What can they generate out of your services? So this opportunities assessment is not being carried out nowadays. As I said previously, what pandemic gave us is an opportunity to self-reflect. Do we have enough of what the organization requires us? Okay, not only within this organization where you are working right now, but probably in other organizations, in other parts of the world. How competitive you are, what is your bargaining power at this stage, if in case that I want to transfer from one industry to another. So risk assessment is already probably part of our lifeline as a health and safety professional, but we fail to realize that opportunity should also be assessed. So these are the things that I would suggest for someone, advice for someone who's in this field at this point.
Right, thank you. That's some great advice. And Jeanette and Roy, from both of you, really wonderful to hear that we can learn from the positives as well. Yeah, really great advice. James, anything to add?
Yep, so I mean, it's some great advice. I guess my advice more focused and tailored towards those who are perhaps in the employment market or looking at their careers. And I guess the number one thing at the moment, as we always say, is really have a plan. Have a plan for your career. Health and safety professionals are excellent at planning for their own organisations, but perhaps for their own career, not so much. And you're in your career for up to 40 years, and so if you want to end up at a certain point, have that and the clearer the objective to get to the better. And once you've got that goal, then everything else can fall into place. And I couldn't agree more on what Jeanette and Roy said around upskilling. Some great qualifications out there, accessible qualifications. Going back to what we talked about before, where organisations perhaps are more willing now to invest in those as well. So look for that opportunity and take the opportunity, because now is that time. Nebosh offers some great courses, but also touching on what Roy and Jeanette said, look at the bigger picture. So what's happening in health and safety at the moment, the use of big data, of big technology, what kind of skills can you learn? How can you do that? What kind of courses can you do to be on top of that? The huge push in the UK at the moment is always for health safety professionals to really look and focus on those on the softer skills. How to influence, engage, get buy-in. How can you upskill around that? It's really something to think about. So that's really some advice I had. I guess that the last piece of advice, or two pieces, are really look for networking opportunities. I think health and safety is a fantastic space for collaboration. I don't know many health safety directors that if someone were to reach out to them and ask a question or ask some advice, they wouldn't assist with that, and to use networking. There's plenty of opportunities for that. And I guess last but not least, it's been a really challenging time for so many people, but just try and keep positive, and positivity, particularly when you're looking at a career search or career hunt. Everything's not going to go right, but if you keep that positive attitude, then good things will happen.
James, thank you. There's a question here that I will come back to on, James, and it's from a practitioner that's been a practitioner for more than 20 years. And the question is around, has the promotion of the profession changed? So I can relate to this, because when I came into profession, it wasn't seen as a profession to naturally go into. You kind of ended up as a health and safety professional rather than set out to be one. Do you see that that's changed, that there is more recognition now and people actually want to be a health and safety professional?
It's a great question. I've been to so many events and conferences where people have brought this topic up, and to be honest with you, I don't think it has been completely approached and really focused on. I haven't seen that happen out there. I think there's a stat where it's 84% of people, health and safety is a second career, and so often they might come from facilities, from a technical role, from an operations role. So many different areas, and of course that really adds value to them as health and safety professionals. They know how the organisation works. In regards to it being a career of choice for those who perhaps leave school and then say, great, I want to go to perhaps tertiary education and study health and safety and then go straight into the career. I don't think in the UK I'm seeing an increase in individuals doing that. There is the health and safety apprenticeship scheme in the UK, which is bringing people into the into the space, and that's a great scheme that's really been driven by some leaders across health and safety. I guess perhaps what I'm seeing more of is individuals from outside the UK who are increasingly studying health safety as a career, perhaps from Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and then starting off on that and then driving that through as a career. So look, I absolutely hope that will change, because it's a fantastic career for anybody. But yeah, as you said, a lot of people still tend to come into it later on.
James, thank you. Jeanette, any thoughts around that? We are moving into the last few minutes of this session. The time has flown by, but Jeanette, any response to that and any final comments from you?
I think it looks a bit different from this part of the world. I'm talking about the Central and Eastern Europe. Health and safety, I'm very privileged to work in the health and safety. By my first degree, I'm a medical doctor. And that was a career choice and change, I think, in career choice. In this part of the world, and I see more and more students coming to the university, and there is, I think, there is a choice that they made that they want to be health and safety professionals. And an overall image of health and safety profession is growing and improving, and I'm very happy, because I would like to just to finish with my words that health and safety is a multidisciplinary science. Work, career, anything. So you join health and safety, you join everything: technology, engineering, soft skills, communication, human capital, sustainability, development, and you can talk till tomorrow, because it's just absolutely amazing area to work with people, around people, about people, changing their life, changing their work conditions. Thank you.
Jeanette, thank you. Really powerful words. Roy, any closing thoughts from you? We're in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that. just to give you an idea, in the Philippines, although I'm not working there at this point, health and safety just recently been considered as one of the top priority as far as health and safety professionalism is concerned. So I myself is a classic example wherein I'm a chemical engineer. All the way I took my postgraduate courses until PhD. But the thing is, I chose to stay in health and safety because I know that, like what Janet said, it's different when you're dealing with human beings rather than machines and processes. So it's a good thing at this point. It's not yet saturated as far as Philippine setup is concerned. So everyone is being welcome to go to join and be part of the health and safety community. So, and of course, I'm one of those people who are hoping that these aspirants will go for the Nebosh qualifications because it made me really complete person as far as the health and safety professional is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. A huge thank you to you all. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to chair this session with you. James, Jeanette, Roy, you're an inspiration to all health and safety professionals, and I can only echo your words that the profession is an amazing one, and never have I been more proud to be part of that profession than over the last 18 months and to share stages with people like yourselves. So thank you. All that remains is for me to say huge thank you to all again, and to everybody that's joined us. Stay safe.
Wow, what can I say? It's been a fantastic day, and I hope you've all got some new ideas and inspiration to take away and use in your own workplace. In these ever-changing and challenging times, we all need innovation. Huge thanks once again to all our speakers for being so generous with their time and expertise. And a big thank you to our sponsors who have helped make this a memorable day and start of a new journey together. The future is very positive, and by working to create a unified sector, we will continue to offer our professionals an opportunity to advance and enhance their educational skills, thus develop further their place in business and the wider employer organizations, both in the private and public sectors. The time is now. We, the industry, need to grasp the opportunity and rise to the challenge. We plan to continue to provide education above and beyond what might be typically traditionally expected to enter and enjoy this noble profession of health and safety. This develops an all-round business professional, and in doing so gives realistic and credible opportunities to play a major and influential role in the world of work. It enables health and safety professionals to become the new world wave of chief execs. And finally, although all our sessions have now finished, you can still use the networking feature to chat to fellow professionals from around the world. Members of the Nebosh team are also waiting to speak to you, so they'll answer any questions available. And please do use the virtual chat to talk to us. Our learning partner sponsors are also available today to let you know about Nebosh courses. Click on their logo and you will find out more about how to talk to them as well. Remember, those who have attended live today will be emailed a certificate of attendance for your CPD records. And don't forget, our sessions are available on demand for about a year. Thank you to everyone who's joined us today. The health and safety profession is a fantastic place to be, and I'm honored to be in the company of so many people that save lives each and every day. Stay safe, be happy, and goodbye for now.